Okay, good evening, everyone. This is the caucus of the Jersey City Municipal Council. Today is Monday, the 11th day of February in the year 2019. We had a 5:30 p.m. start. It's 6:09 p.m. Councilperson Ridley was here for the closed caucus. I'm sure she'll be arriving shortly. Prinzeri?
Here.
Bajano?
Here.
Yun?
Here.
Solomon?
Here.
Robinson?
He's here. He wasn't here. Just here. His stuff is here.
Well, he'll be recorded at President when he walks in the room. Councilperson Rivera?
Here.
President?
Here.
Councilperson Waterman is absent.
She'll be absent.
She will? Okay, hope she's not ill. Okay, Council President, take us away.
Okay, good evening. Thank you all for coming tonight. Council members, we have after enjoying some short meetings, fun is over. We are back to our norm. Got a big agenda in front of us, so we will be deliberate and intentional tonight. And we'll start because we have members of DPW here who have to get right out to work, and we don't envy you. Please come on up. Martin Valenti and Steve Miller.
Whoever's speaking, if you could sit on the catty corner, on the corner actually, so the camera can see you. If you can see the camera can see you. There you go.
Yeah. Keep it
Ready for your picture.
And Marty has to get out for the snowstorm, so let's be kind to him.
Let's hope there is no snowstorm.
I'm with you on that, Mr. Burns.
Okay, where should we start, Marty?
We have
10B?
start with 10V.
B as in boy?
V is in Victor.
B as in Victor.
V, okay.
That's accepting a grant of $4 million from the Jersey City Municipal Authority to purchase a fleet of new street sweepers, stationary compactor, and packers for the Department of Public Works.
Right, so this grant is part of a shared services agreement that the city signed with the MUA, I believe about a year or two ago, pertaining to stormwater management. It's to assist the MUA with getting as much garbage off the curb line and sewer grates to prevent it from going down into their netting facilities and their chambers. The director, unfortunately, was out till about 4 o'clock last night, so he was unable to make it also. But it's, we're going to update our fleet of sweepers, which on average are about 8 to 10 years old, if not older. That's going to be a good chunk of the $4 million. Then the second portion will be worked on various garbage-related transportation equipment.
Okay, council members, questions?
So, can I ask you?
Councilman
This
Young?
is, they're gonna purchase 6 vacuum mechanical strips. Is the same strip machine what we're using now?
No, we
What's the different shape?
Currently, Councilman, the majority of our fleet are Elgin sweepers. That's the manufacturer. We have one sweeper, which is the name of it's a Ravo. It's a pure vacuum sweeper. So that is what we are purchasing. We're purchasing the Ravo sweepers. The capacity is more to hold it. The use of it, it's more operator friendly. It doesn't take a beating. It doesn't have as much hydraulics in it. So, that is the big issue that we currently have with our current fleet of sweepers. It's all they're all hydraulics. So, when the hydraulics heat up, your hydraulic hose busting and everything. So that's the biggest problem. So we're moving into a different type of sweeper. It's more subcompact, cleaner, more up to date with the current emissions.
So next time, do me a favor. So when you provide those kind of things, documents, why don't you attach some actually some photos, you know what I'm saying?
Say again, Councilman?
The pictures
That's
of that, the
photos.
photos of that vacuum, so we know that what is
We
the
haven't, this is not the purchase, we're still going to.
Yes, that's
Yeah,
what we know.
if you like, what I could do is, that'll be the, hopefully on next week's, council meeting. And what we'll do is I'll provide you with pictures of what the old sweepers look like and what the new ones that we'll be looking to purchase and up.
So the old ones will, how many do we have?
We have a fleet, I believe, totally about 21. Of the 21, there's about 5 of them that are so antiquated. They're not sealed cabs, so we have issues with the operators from dust and everything like that, so we're not using them. More than likely, once we make these purchases, we'll be going, putting these current units that we have, we'll take the best that we have in the fleet, fix them up so we could use them as spares, and then auction off the remaining.
And we'll auction off the remaining ones?
Yes.
Okay. I think it's great. I think, I'm sure you've heard of the moving to one day a week on each side, right? So I think this is a great step in moving in that direction, so I'm a big fan of this. So this will be similar to those other sweepers, the one sweeper that we currently have in the fleet, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Anyone have questions? Because I have other questions about it. Yeah.
I have a few questions about it.
So tell me more about the stormwater quality control grant. This is my first time hearing about this from the MUA. Where did that money come from? How much is available? And then what are other eligible uses for that funding? If you know that, I don't know if that falls under your purview. And then beyond that, so after you spend on these 12 items, then you'll have leftover money, and you say for other purposes. If you can tell us what other items you'll be looking at with the rest of the grant money.
As far as speaking on the stormwater management plan, that's a project that's done through DEP. I believe all municipalities had to sign some sort of agreement to limit our stormwater contamination. So obviously our floatables, as they refer to them, I think are one of the key things with that. Cleaning up the catch basins, getting a lot of the garbage off of them, especially after heavy rains and things of that nature. So that's where we're going, and we signed that, I believe, that agreement, like I said, 2 years ago. As far as the remaining dollar amount on the grant, I have not had any conversation with the director as to what other equipment will be included in that. Not to pass the buck, but our city engineer is still here. He assisted, I believe, the director on working this out. Maybe he could answer that question for you.
So basically, we're looking at some solid waste processing equipment. Right now, a lot of the trash trucks and whatnot, including the ones that are dumped into by the sweepers en route, so that they don't have to come all the way back to the yard. That material tends to sit in the packers for an extended period of time, or it's sent to the landfill partially filled.
What's a packer?
Packers are reverse load garbage truck.
Garbage truck.
So what this is going to help us set up locally is a small baler slash processor facility on site at the DPW that can help more properly package these things so that we could send entire loads over to the landfill and making it thereby more efficient, less fuel spent, things of that nature, and a few other ancillary things that come with that. It's going to need electricity, it's going to need the actual equipment, it's going to need pads, it's going to need a loading dock, if you will, so we can get up there and dump right into it, and various other things. Details-wise, that could come from Pat directly. But
So-
yeah, the majority of that cost is sweepers.
So I mean,
Just on the weight, so when we load a sweeper up, we dump it into the back of a garbage truck per se. He comes back to our facility, we dump into a container. The majority, obviously, of the debris is very lightweight. So by volume, it's filling the container up, but you're not really squishing it down. So we could be sending trucks to the landfill with like a 3-ton weight limit, where once we get this compactor, our 3 tons now could be 6 tons. So for argument's sake, for every 2 trucks going out to the landfill with this debris, we could now reduce it down to 1 truck, therefore saving fuel, time, manpower, going back and forth to the different facilities.
do you think you could cover the current routes out there with the 12 pieces, or are we still going to be working with some of the older pieces?
Well,
in
there
circulation?
is 12 sweeper routes that are done daily, 11 within a city, and the 12th one is the boulevard route. So those, as far as I'm aware, that all will remain the same. The extra sweepers, where I would say the spares, would be when we have to pull one in to have the ability to do services on them. We've had conversations about routine maintenance. By having reliable equipment on the front line gives us the ability to have spare equipment that's in decent shape that we could substitute that frontline piece of equipment for, to bring it in, do its full service, make sure we're up to stuff, therefore saving us money down the road with potential catastrophic failures because of the inability to maintain it.
It's important to know
It
that
would definitely
these-
cover it though if it was just one time on each side.
These sweepers are packer type sweepers.
Yes.
They compact the material. The current sweepers leave it loose laid, it's kind of like fluffy, if you will. So they hold that much more material, and they also hold more water, so less fill-ups, less dumps,
Yeah.
more
And
efficiency.
also by the end of the day, we'll we have 4 to 6 sweepers that are down by the time you get to the end of the day.
They vary. I
Yeah.
mean, they're up and down. I mean, last week, I think we got hit with 2 in the morning and 1 at 4:30, so we got hit with 3 of them in one day.
Yeah, so
And
what
again,
else
it's
goes
all
down
because of the hydraulics.
Yeah.
I mean, they run hot, you know, and it's, you know.
What are they powered on?
These-
Gas, electric?
Diesel engines.
Diesel.
Yeah.
So just in terms of our goal to electrify our fleet
Yeah.
and so forth.
These are more fuel efficient.
There's yeah. So hopefully at the next meeting we'll have some electric vehicles on the agenda to purchase.
But there's no electrical street sweepers, I guess, or anything like that.
Not that I know of.
I'm not-
They have garbage trucks out there, but
Could be
sweepers I've
complete,
yeah.
looking at utopia here, but
That's it first.
Councilman Solomon, I'm sorry.
Can you guys send forward to the council the grant application you submitted to the MUA?
Application. I think we picked up the phone and asked for money. No, I don't mean to be funny about it. So this is how it went. Sure. The city has an existing $700,000 shared services agreement.
607,000, okay.
600, okay. So in furtherance of that, we took an analysis of how the program's been going for about a year and a half, I think it was. I think it's in the letter. And although it is performing satisfactorily, we know there's significant improvements that can be done, and even more efficiency to the tune of savings for the taxpayers. So at that point, we asked the MUA for assistance with funding, because the original plan was to go to the NJEIT, Environmental Infrastructure Trust Fund, try to get them at the lower interest rate finance. However, after 7 months of back and forth with them, giving them everything we needed, they waited 7 months to tell us there's a Buy American clause, and they don't work with previously bid, state authorized and approved cooperative purchasing programs. At that point, we knew we were dead in the water, and that's when we went to the MUA and said, look, we're now more than 7 months beyond our original plan here, so can you help? And in furtherance of the original, you know, in the spirit of the shared services agreement, how could we keep up with the 700,000 justifiably without having the equipment to do it? So that's the advent of that.
See, Joe, the reason to I like you one things, you're honest.
I'm trying to be, there's nothing to lie about.
You know, actually,
That's fine.
have a JCMUA, just like 6 months ago, they issued $400 million bond.
500 quid.
The 500 was, and they got money to give us a grant to Jersey, $4 million. Then we all go to sketch out.
So we're gonna accept the money anyway, but could we get more information about this stormwater quality control grant? In terms of, from the MUA, I don't expect you guys have it, but just how much money is available in there? What are the uses, as I said, and if we can make more use of that money, why not?
Seek a revolving grant, is that what I hear?
So Joe, when you called
Whatever it
the
looks like.
JCM, did you ask what kind of surplus they have?
No, I did not. Surplus equipment or
They have a surplus.
surplus funding? No, I didn't get that.
I mean, they probably have like a 12 some or 20 some $million. So you can tap your 4 million, you are very generous, we should ask more.
It started with the needs on 13, is it 12 or 13? It's 2 small ones and 11 big ones.
I believe so, yes.
It started with the needs and the value of those based on the co-op, and then it went from there as far as processing and other ways that we can make this the most efficient. So, and look, we can come back and give a report on how we did after a year, just like we did kind of loosely on the...
With this new type of sweeper, with the lack of hydraulics that it has, our maintenance will be significantly reduced. I get that in the-
Councilman Solomon, you have more questions?
No,
Okay, let's move on.
that's all I got.
16, 17, 18.
Okay. Next one,
Z16, 17, and 18.
yes.
All right, Z16 is air brake and equipment for the maintenance of repair of heavy-duty vehicles under state contract.
Okay, so this is one of our state contract heavy-duty repair shops that we use to outsource some of our heavy-duty repairs. Last year, we spent about $225,000 on it. We increased it up to $230,000. Now, this is services anything that's over 15,000 pounds. So this goes from the middle-sized dump trucks that you see for the snow. This goes for a lot of the rack trucks that assist in moving various, city buildings around, garbage trucks, and things of that nature.
So,
Councilman Yun.
so let me ask this one. How much total spending for outsourcing for motor vehicle maintenance in Jersey today? Included, I think that almost based on my knowledge, almost a couple of $1 million. We do outsourcing for repair our vehicle. Plus, we have a DPW as a shop maintenance. Plus, we buy $1 million worth of motor vehicle part. So now, do you have your department any way they have sometimes inspector officer go out or verify their actual job and make sure that they're repairing or some things, as I understand, some issue can be repaired, but most case, as a shop, they want to change a part. When they should change a part means they charge for part plus installation, so can be cost to taxpayer far more than just repairing issue. So do we have any manpower inspector actually go out the site, they verify the job or prove the job? Do we have anything like that?
Well, what we do prior to sending any vehicle out for repair, Councilman, one of my staff look at the vehicle. They diagnose what the problem is.
Okay.
The majority of the work that goes out on the heavy-duty side are big jobs. So something that's going to be time-consuming, an engine for site. I mean, with the staffing that I have to take a mechanic and assign him to a job, like doing an engine, and not have him have the ability to have these smaller jobs, which a turnover ratio, I mean, it hurts, daily operation because of the minimal amount of mechanics that I have. So, the only thing that goes out is the bigger stuff. So they're diagnosing it. We're telling the vendor what needs to be done. In the process of the vendor doing that work, if they determine that there is, and I quote, additional work required above and beyond what we told them to do, they will send us a quote for the amended repairs, in which I look over it with my staff, and I would then give them the authorization.
Yes,
When
but
it does come back, we do look at the vehicles to make sure the repairs that were made are done. Obviously, if it's parts internal that really can't be seen, but if it's an engine, you're going to tell by the way the car or the truck runs, if it is. Majority of the repairs comes with a warranty. So if we have something come back, we have the ability to look back and say, okay, this truck just had this done, it's part of that same issue. It goes back to that vendor and say, you need to make good on this. Hopefully, at the next council meeting, we will be presenting award for a purchase of a fleet management system, which will significantly help us do everything that you guys have been asking for from time I've taken over, with the money that we're spending outsourcing, the repairs, what it's costing us to maintain different vehicles and things of that nature. So that's going to help us significantly increase our ability to give you, you gentlemen and ladies, the answers that you're looking for.
okay, please, because we spend millions of dollars. So when we see the budget, one of the places your department, especially your division, can be save a lot of taxpayer dollars. So you guys come up to next council when you talk about budget, come up with some plans how we can reduce that outsourcing, number one. Number two, how we can maintain the inventories, auto part in your department. I expect something.
Once we get that fleet management system, it's a two-component system. One component will be the vehicles, in which we are currently, based on our last caucus that I attended, I am currently proceeding with a comprehensive review of all city equipment. So we have a list that they tell us we have X amount of vehicles. I have my staff basically, for all intents and purposes, putting their hands on every one, identifying it, making sure the VIN numbers, everything is the same, and then we'll be breaking it down by division and department. Once we do that, then we're gonna put together, working with the BA, a comprehensive replacement plan. It's something I was asked to do, and really didn't realize how big of an undertask that it was, when you look at the size of our fleet. But that's something that we are working towards getting done, and this software that we'll be looking to purchase will all
So the
help
reason
us.
I say that the business administrator, because when we see that the last city audit books, that they're one of the worst department, all the DPW, the inventory keep the record is worst place. So I want you to see that the next city audit paper, I don't want you to see their words as DPW is the worst division or department to keep the inventories city asset. We don't want to hear that. So please make sure that,
Working on it.
yes, you're working on it, right?
Yep,
You have to make sure, okay?
Talking about it.
Because if we have a vehicle, even the vehicle disappear, we don't even know because we don't have actually site visit inventory sheets not in yet.
Oh, and that's what the whole initial plan is. So before I could do the comprehensive replacement plan, which both the council president and the BA is basically mandated that we do, I need to be able to identify and place my hand on every vehicle to make sure what I have in my system is what I have.
Okay.
And that goes back with the Accent Works audit, was some of the deficiencies I believe we got hit with.
Council
last year.
President probably aware of the PH, but you didn't tell us, so I'm asking them.
Okay, my apologies.
Okay, good. All right.
Next item is 10Z17. It's authorizing the award of a contract to Best Line Leasing for furnishing and delivering 6 2018 Go4 Interceptor scooters to the Department of Public Safety, Division of Parking Enforcement.
Right. So, we went out to bid last year and we ordered, under, I believe it was the 2018 capital budget, 6 new scooters. Now, we ran into some issues. The one manufacturer has stopped making these particular items. So we were probably restricted almost 4 years from buying any new scooters. So these are the scooters that the parking authority basically uses for street sweeping. They need to have the ability to hand out tickets on both sides, so you're limited on using cars. They finally, a company bought the copyright to it, they've started reducing them. The ones that we are purchasing are going to be basically used to replace the current ones that goes on the sweeper routes, which like I said are 12 of them just for sweeper routes. Then through the breakdown of the oldest vehicles, we will be getting rid of some of them.
See, this vehicle, if we see the basic price around the $21,000, but just accessory putting the light and so on will come up $10,000 to us.
That was my first apprehension, Councilman, when I was first approached by the parking director in purchasing them. The BA and myself have had conversations, we purchased some of these vehicles where you can go buy yourself for, a Ford Fiesta for $14,000.
Yeah.
Fuel efficient, the whole 9 yards. The problem with that is for that specific operation, it only has the ability to hand out the summonses hypothetically on the driver's side. So if we were to use a regular car, each car along that sweeper route, the parking enforcement officer would have to stop, put it in park, get out of the car, walk out, do it back and forth. And, can it be done? I would say yes, but, you're talking different issues with, getting out of the car, watching for traffic, slowing it down.
That we understand about. What I'm saying is that the basic model, that the car go for, so that the basic price is $22,000. But putting the accessories, lighting for the stone, it's come almost $10,000.
No, the basic model, these list prices are like $36,000. So I believe the price came in on the bid was somewhere around $31,000 or $32,000 per unit.
Yeah, but
We're not doing significant type of lighting. I mean, the base unit comes with, the only things that we added, you know, is we have a regular yellow strobe light on the top of the roof, which is basically, you're looking at maybe if it's $200-300, if that, and then the air horn, to alert the people that they're coming. And that's another maybe $200-300. So you're not talking much.
Air condition, they
increase on
put you like a
accessories.
$3,000.
I'm sorry?
Air condition.
Air conditioner.
Yeah, but install the smoke, to put air conditioner like a $3,500. It's a lot of money.
It is, but I mean.
But this one, because the reason I'm asking you, this is the only one company bid. That's what I'm asking you.
This is the only company that manufactures this type of equipment.
Yes, the manufacturers in one company, they have a lot of dealers. It can be one manufacturer, but price can be different by dealers, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to say.
The dealer is determined by their servicing area. So they tell us, we went to the manufacturer and said, well, we're interested in these, who can you give us as a dealer to deal with, or do we deal directly with you? And they said, no, this is who our local dealer is that covers the New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania area.
Okay.
And they pushed us out to a vendor that's in
Okay, we'll stop.
Pennsylvania, somewhere in the middle of Pennsylvania,
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so these are exclusively used for sweeper routes?
primarily. Yeah, they will be replacing, I spoke to Park Mary before I came down, they will basically be essentially replacing their 97, 98, 99, and 2000 units, which,
So that's 12 units you're looking to replace ultimately?
I believe so, yes.
Is this contract for 6 and then 6 more, or is it?
Well, what we did was, because under the 2018, we ordered 6, then in 2019's capital, or I'm sorry, 17's capital, we had 6, 18's, we had an additional 6. And what wound up happening was we had to go back out to bid. So what we did with the clause on this one, to work with the law department, we put a stipulation in that we can purchase an additional 6 within that contract award time at no price increase. So
No
if
price
we-
increase, but we'll have to pay another $197.
Oh, yeah, if we choose to exercise, we're not mandated to exercise that right, but if in this year the parking enforcement puts in for more scooters and is approved, we don't have to go through the whole bid process to get additional units. We can piggyback on the current bid that we have.
Especially since there's only one company bidding, it's gonna get to the same manufacturer and the same
Right.
dealer, so this gives us the ability to get them quicker.
You're cutting down your time frame, probably about 6 weeks by the bids and the advertising time and the award and all that other stuff.
Councilman Robinson?
Are these the only models that they make?
They make
One
different,
wheel
they
in
make,
front?
yes, they make different configurations, Councilman, being like the back part, like you get one that actually has like a dumper on the back, like we would see rolling around like stadiums, stuff like that, but they are primarily single front wheel, dual rear wheel.
So why does it say front wheel? Because we had one turn over on Garfield Avenue, because they hit a pothole, and I'm assuming that was because of that one front wheel. Is it a safety? Is it better to have 2?
Well, there's,
I guess they don't.
they don't know. Again, I mean, we've looked high ahead, so the primary manufacturer of these used to be Cushman. Cushman went out of business, about 5 years ago. Nobody was making it. So Westwood Industries, in turn, bought out that trademark, and now they are producing these things out of Canada. New York City, I've spoken to my counterpart over in New York, because they used to use these immensely, and they said the same thing as far as, the size, the cost, you can go with a car and everything else, but unfortunately, it isn't necessary either. But they are, to go back on the accident, we will be having them come in and do extensive training, because the way they are, maneuverability, you do have to, go slow and, be careful. So sudden jerks, they do have roll bars that prevent them from tipping, but if you're going at a certain speed, no matter what you have there outside of maybe an arm that's going to stop it, it's going to happen.
Councilman Bojan?
Oh, no.
Okay, can you provide me with an inventory of the old fleet and the age of all that and
On the parking,
of these particular scooters?
yeah, I did have a breakdown done, put down, and I could review it.
If you could send it to Marlene and
Yep.
she could provide it to the entire council. And so again, I just wanted, it's primarily for street sweeping, but zone parking, so,
Well,
as I've said with the whole changing of street sweeping, 165,000 tickets issued for street sweeping, right? But zone parking is really where we can do more enforcement around that. And so are these going to be used in that?
There's gonna be a path, I mean, and again,
That's maybe not a question for you, that's why I was asking if Mary would be here, but around that is, will it be utilizing these equipment for zone parking enforcement? Because that's where we create parking when people who are not residents of the city, they're not entitled to
Okay.
park on our city streets,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So, can we get a commitment? Because it clearly reads used for street cleaning enforcement, like around that, so looking for,
Well, that would be much sufficient, yeah.
Because of the parking,
yeah.
this school is probably used in daytime to enforce the street speaking,
Yes.
the street and zone parking, but in nighttime, and the directors feel not comfortable putting somebody in this school to go out 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, so they purchased like, I think less than how many? 4
Six.
SUV? 6?
Oh, yeah,
I
SUV,
think
yeah.
4 SUV we
Five
bought it,
horses.
I mean, city bought it for just enforce a nighttime
Nice.
residential zoning parking, yes.
We've just upgraded to the heights, right? 24/7, 4-hour zone parking permit, zone 16. We just passed for downtown, significant zone parking changes as well. So it behooves us not to
Yeah.
put the
yeah,
equipment to use
understood.
on all the zone
So,
parking.
Yeah, so as Marty was about to say, these, we're gonna replace the oldest and least reliable with the new ones. We will make those that are still reliable open to other employees to enforce in other areas. Separately, Mary is working on hiring and expanding the parking enforcement division to make sure we have more employees to cover all the new zones and the changes to the hours and that sort of stuff. So, working on all that.
Okay. And so there was other, with the heights, the changes in the zone parking there was a lot of hiring for parking enforcement officers.
Yeah,
Can we get an update on
hiring?
the hiring?
Yes.
The status of those workers, how many there were?
Yes, so I just sent this to James actually like a week or two ago.
Yeah.
So we hired 16 enforcement officers last year. We had a lot of attrition and turnover though that made the net number closer to like 4. We had people retire, we had people get transferred, we had, a couple of other issues too. So, we're actively hiring and interviewing for those positions as well for this year.
So can you send that report to
Yeah, I'll send it to
Marlene for
everybody.
the rest?
Yep, yep, sure.
You and I had a conversation when Mary was doing a lot of hiring at the time and
Yeah.
saying, and actually I spoke to Mary as well, that we have that 90-day window, and I'm curious as to kind of how many of these employees are staying with us after 90 days, and whether we're terminating employees for poor performance, or we're looking at people's performance records when we have that window for new hires to kind of look and see if they're doing the job effectively. It's again, on the parking front, it's a very clear metric, right? If you're working, then you're issuing tickets.
Yeah.
As much as we hate to admit that, but that's
Yeah,
the metric, right? So if they're not actually issuing tickets, and we can clearly see that if they're doing it or not.
Yeah, so
then-
what I sent Councilman Solomon, I'll send to the group that it showed, this person we had 2 people separated, with 2 people retired, so you'll see that in the breakdown.
Okay. Any other questions, anyone?
Yes, but Brian,
Yeah.
I'm gonna make sure, same page with us. Last year, when the city council passed the budget, the Jersey City Parking Division only able to hire, new hire, not more than I think 6. If you just say 16, that 10 extra, if we replace the people who retire, is understandable. But not 16 is not all, because last year we only budget hire new people, I think 6, that's what we put in the budget,
I don't remember the exact budget number, but
Yes.
either way, the net increase was only 4 or 3 or 4.
That's what I'm saying.
So, so we're still within the budget,
Yeah.
whatever it was.
But 16 total, 16 because maybe 6 is a new hire,
Yeah.
additional hire, maybe 10 is to replace
Yep.
the retire, then I understand, but other than that,
Yep.
I'm gonna ask where the money come from.
For,
No, but it's okay, but.
okay.
You're
Oh,
right.
I got you. Cool.
Okay.
Okay. Z18 is the next item. It's,
That's for Carasoft
yes.
Technology for silent passenger GPS tracking services.
So our current contract that we have for our GPS services is through a company by the name of SHI. SHI is basically like what we call a clearinghouse for web type programs for IT and data. We've been having problems with their billing over the last year. They do not bill us in a timely fashion. We're back and forth with, sending them duplicate purchase orders that they keep misplacing. So the billing practices were horrendous. And they basically are in turn subbing out to the actual vendor that we use for our GPS service, which is called Vehicle Tracking Solutions. So we currently have about 260 vehicles that have GPS on it. About a week ago, we were told that we would like to up that number to basically be all of the civilian vehicles in the city. So that number is going to significantly rise. The vendor, Karashoff, is another clearinghouse. I've spoken to different people that use them. They said they've had no problems billing or whatever else. So that will be our new, I would say, billing vendor for the software that we currently use. We are not making any changes to our units that we have. So all 250 some odd units will continue seamless, and we will be starting to add on as, once the contract is awarded. Meals on Wheels per se, they've asked that their units be, equipped. Parking enforcement, she would like to put GPS units in all of her scooters so she can tell where they are and things of that nature. So we are working, with that. This is taking us, we've looked at different vendors, tried out a different vendor. Pricing, we've actually saved money. Last year's contract, I believe, was $26 per unit. This year's bid came in at $21. So we're saying, $5 per unit on each vehicle.
Let's open it up for some questions. Questions, anyone?
So who monitoring the GPS system?
That's my question.
Currently, the system is supported by Vehicle Tracking Solutions. That's who we have for our actual system. They go through a third-party billing who has a cooperative purchasing contract. That is the only difference that's between the current contract we have and a new contract that we're going with, would be our billing vendor.
You're
What I'm asking
Yeah.
you put your GPS system,
Yeah.
the Councilman Richie Bojan's car, city car.
Okay?
Yeah.
So he's go around here and there, he go out to see that somebody out of town.
Yep.
Till somebody monitoring his vehicle, they have a system to his car out of Jersey, there is some kind of beeping notice to the DPW, so they know.
There is
What is the sense to have
there is
GPS?
what they call a geofence.
Yes,
So we could set parameters up on each vehicle where they're allowed to go.
yeah.
And they would send us email alerts.
We also can track,
Did we set it up, the geofence?
well, not every vehicle has it
Well,
yet.
right, once, the BA, gave me the order on expanding the GPS system only last week. So we're working on that.
We're gonna set up,
how we want to do it.
so we can not only get alerts for when vehicles leave certain areas, but also if they've been idling for a certain amount of time, or if they've been, not where they're
So
supposed to be.
those times that they sent us some kind of beeping notice to that DPW, so
Yeah.
somebody can
Yeah.
go bring up the accountability for that.
Yeah,
whoever.
yeah.
That's what we want to know, because you want to spend the $86,000. We
Yeah.
put your GPS system down, but now I'm going to ask why how they use a GPS system, what you have. But that's what it is, right?
Yeah, we're mandating every civilian vehicle have GPS on it, also have standard decals on it, and municipal government license plates on it. So we know where they are, they all look the same, people in the community know that it's a city vehicle or not a city vehicle.
So-
It's gonna hold everybody more accountable.
That's it, that's what I want
Does
to
that
know.
include the mayor's car?
It's not a civilian vehicle technically, so,
What, the mayor is not civilian?
well, it's driven by a police officer.
Since when our mayor is a uniform?
The vehicle is
The ve-
assigned to public safety.
Yeah,
I'm sorry?
His vehicles are assigned to public safety.
So let me ask this one, if I ask you, I liked that all the trip the mayor took that year, can't you print out all the mayor, where went there, how many was there, can't you provide? What is the exception?
But it's a public safety vehicle, so it doesn't have GPS on it. Not at least not.
But city
Not a
vehicle,
civilian vehicle.
Yes.
but city vehicles.
But the council vehicles are,
Civilian vehicle.
Yeah,
the council vehicles are
Public
civilian
safety
vehicles?
vehicles.
Yeah, once
they
they
want
have
them
the
to be?
councilman,
I'm just asking what
yeah,
the,
I'm asking,
rules are
when
here.
the councilperson, what was his name? Chico, he has a GPS system, so we can track down where they are.
that's not real.
But Sam Token,
See where this is going.
oh, is that right? No, I just wanna know. So yes or no? No?
Yes, for what? Chico, something
So
about Chico?
may the vehicle have no GPS system.
But let me ask a different question. So it's only on civilian vehicles, so we had conversations, I don't know if I spoke directly with you, Marty, and I believe I spoke with John and a couple of other folks in the department, about, there was a different vendor with regard to snow plows and things like that, so if we're tracking, you
Yeah.
can see where vehicles are during a snowstorm.
Yes, this
I'll be
would
able
do
to
that
figure
too.
that
Yeah,
out,
yeah,
so.
yeah.
So this current vendor that we use, all of the snow vehicles have GPS already on them.
They do?
Yeah, so.
Under the same SHI? Or some
Yes.
other?
Yeah,
With this vendor.
through
So
SHI and vehicle
we're-
tracking solution.
We've been talking with the vendor about this, and we're working out some issues with the data feed to be able to do this.
You know what?
But it's in the plans.
Yeah,
So this contract will cover that? I'm sorry. Councilman.
Yeah, it will.
Those snow vehicles,
Yeah.
we'll be able to track them and know
Yeah.
exactly where their
so
movements are.
city store vehicle or private sector's a vendor's vehicle?
Both.
So every snow removal truck come from the private sector, they have a GPS system they can provide to city of Jersey.
Oh, when we do the contractors?
Yes.
Yeah.
When we do a contract,
Yeah.
we have portable units that are available to us. We haven't used private contractors in a couple of years, but if we do use them, we have a portable GPS unit. It's given to the driver, it's put in a truck, and we can see them real time on our site.
Beautiful. Now I feel comfortable. Because you know why? There's some private companies, the snow, they sit on the parking lot. So I scratch my head. We pay for that. We pay for hours, but sit in the parking lot. I said, come on.
Yeah.
We've done that in the past.
Yes.
Yeah, we've had these for quite a number of years. for the,
So now,
vendors.
okay.
So back to the councilman's original question on that, like who's monitoring it? So the email alerts on idling or going outside of the area and so forth, like who's looking at those emails and when they come in and who's holding people accountable?
That would be the director of automotive, the director of public works would be getting these alerts. I'm gonna try to get some alerts. If it's too much, I hope there's not a lot.
What we try to do, once we set the geo fence up and we hammer out the whole, plan that the DA would like to move forward with, I would envision it being done on a smaller scale, so each respective division director would be responsible for his or her specific division. If there's an issue that's brought up to automotive or any, of the council or the mayor's office, they would be drilled down on. I personally will deal with the certain issues, but, to have somebody sit at a computer and look at 400 GPSs all day and see who decided he was speeding.
It's interesting for like 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's, but it is a very handy tool, when it comes to, this truck flew by me. We had an instance today, to be honest with you, when he said a piece of, fire equipment fell off the back of a fire truck.
So let
and
me
a
ask
red
this
city
one.
vehicle picked it up.
You're gonna put your 325 GPS system. So how many is a portable GPS system out of 325?
How many portables?
Yes.
Right now, I have about a dozen portables in my office.
That's not enough.
Well,
For the
again,
contractors for snow, it is.
And again, Councilman, we haven't used contractors in 2 years.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
yes.
they would only bring 6 or 8.
Yeah.
Depending on the storm, if we're getting a blizzard,
Okay.
we're gonna bring contractors in.
Thank you.
Something tonight, we're not.
Gentlemen, you have anything else? I think that's it, right?
That's it, and I will get you over that list, first thing tomorrow morning.
Great.
I have something prepared, but I just gotta make sure it's correct, and I'll
Sure.
have it emailed over to you.
Tomorrow will be great.
Council members, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much, appreciate it.
I will be here tomorrow.
That was about
I have
45 minutes.
You can send it over. She's gonna be here. Bhavani, you're up. So, Bhavani's on the clock, and billable hours here, so. Thanks for your night. Yes.
What was the?
Oh, great.
It'll be really quick, you know, unless there's questions, of course, you have to answer. Yeah, but we blew it up, so you can see.
What are you here on?
I'm here on,
3E.
I'm sorry?
3E? And that's an ordinance of the city and the county of Hudson, state of New Jersey, authorizing the transfer of certain city-owned real property identified on the tax map of the city of Jersey City as block 15801, lots 34, 70, 73, 77, 78, and 79.01 to the Jersey City Redevelopment Agency.
I have the big map. I think there's one other handout. How many total handouts? Two. Okay.
everybody has.
I think everyone's got everything.
Bobby Doshi from McMahon, Scotland Bowman, here to talk about the ordinance that's on for first reading. So we have a couple of handouts. This packet, I'm just going to go to first so you can get an overall view of the project, because I don't know how familiar each council member is with just the broad view of what the project and location is. So if everyone knows this, you can let me know and just let me know to move on. I don't have to talk about it, but I figured I would give you just a brief overview, very quick, on like what area of the city we're talking about, and in particular what we're trying to do with this particular ordinance and what locations we're talking about.
What do you intend to do with the land?
What are we intending to do?
Yeah. What are you going, who's going to be the developer or what?
Argent.
Argent.
Argent. So this is, if you go to the second page, there is a white dotted line, and there you'll see the redevelopment area. And then in a solid white line, we have there the actual area that we're talking about, which is the Argent project, and which is, this handout was in your package. This is what is going to be the new subdivisions. So the solid white line is the project area, okay? So it's over there by the medical center and towards that side of the city. If you go to the next page, you'll see here, this is a rendering of the largest project, the Johnston project. So this project is divided into 3 projects, and this is a rendering of the Johnston project. Just to give you a sense of what the developer believes is going to, they would like to see there. Isabel, my colleague, has been working on this project for quite some time. She has more details on, if you want to know the number of units and things like that, we can provide that kind of information. And then, these are just some more renderings we attached to give you a flavor of what the project is hoped to look like. This map, which we attached to your package, we attached it so you can specifically understand what we're doing with the ordinance. So the city owns parcels 77, right? If you look at the finer print here, that's the current lot and block numbers. So don't look at the dark bold one, look at the one, so right now the city, the italicized and the finer print one, city owns lot 77 and 73 and lot 78. So here, and also lot 70. So those are the ones that are part of this swap here. Those are going to go to the JCRA so that the JCRA can hold those properties in escrow, and that triggers other things in the redevelopment process. Once those properties are held in escrow with the JCRA, that triggers a second payment of $3.5 million from the developer to the JCRA, which ultimately comes to the city, because that's part of the RDA. So the city JCRA is already holding $3.5 million from the developer in escrow. Once we do the city swap, Then we can prepare the documents to then get the second payment of $3.5 million in accordance with the RDA. And we can move forward with other things on the project. Other things being on the project include environmental remediation, which we anticipate is going to take some time, and which the city is applying for grants, which the JCRA will do, to do some of that work. So there's other things that have to be done in this area, and so this will help facilitate the trigger of the second payment, the trigger of environmental remediation grant monies, which we are going to apply for, and so on, and to get forward, to move along the process. And
Bhavani, is those payments the land sale payments or the impact fees?
those are the impact fees.
The impact fees?
Yeah.
Okay.
The purchase price is going to be paid closer to when we close, right?
12.25 million.
Yeah.
Okay. Councilman?
So that's just a really broad overview, and I thought this would be helpful to just get a sense of what this kind of schedule is. And developer is hoping to close by November. So that's sort of our timeline, but there's a lot of little pieces that have to happen along the way. We have to go through a subdivision process, because what you're seeing here is what we hope for the subdivision to look like. It does not look like this right now. We want it to look like that in order to divide the parcels. So there's a lot of steps we have to do to get there.
Councilman Robinson?
Do Argent own all of the property that's over here minus what's owned by the city?
Yes.
They already own it, or they
Minus
already
what's owned
have
by the
it?
city and the agency.
So now, can I, before we,
Wait, Councilman Robinson, are you done?
Yeah, because actually, I was, something was brought to my attention that someone else owns some of this property that's over there.
Oh, well, right now, these parcels are owned by other private owners.
Okay.
All right.
So 67,
68 and
69?
69, yes.
What about 70? That's,
70 is owned by the city, and that's part of the ordinance right now.
okay.
Okay.
But everything, the main project right now, which is Johnston, Johnston View owns all of the parcels that are not owned by the city or the agency.
Council President, what is your top?
Hold on, one second, Mike. Sorry, Councilman.
One at a time, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
This is
They
his
already
board,
have
so I'm
this
deferring to the council.
under contract, the 68, 69, and 67, 8, 9?
67, no, they're not under contract.
They're not selling that. They're private
No, in
developers.
fact, actually, I believe those parcels are currently under litigation, and so that project's a little bit off hold until that matter is resolved.
Okay.
Those are the Abe Lieber.
They both with JCRA?
So,
Yes.
Council President,
Councilman Young?
yeah, where do you come from, the JCRA?
Yes, we're attorneys for JCRA.
They're from, what's the name, you're from?
I'm Isabel Chow from McMahon, Scotland and Down.
Manor, Scotland,
So you come from the JCRA?
Yes.
You come from the,
JCRA.
We're from the
Both?
same firm.
They're both from the same firm that's been hired by the JCRA to represent them. on
oh,
this.
okay, just want to make it clear.
Okay.
You know, so I don't want to speak with the wrong person, but now, business administrator, this is a policy issue.
Okay.
If we see over the years, city of Jersey, owned by city land, the parking lot, they sell the parking lot to the developer, and they continue bring up the more parking issue in the citywide. That's number one. Number two, if we see the creative park over here, if we look at this location, like probably 10 minutes away, they have a 1,200 acres land this park is located. And we willing to city of Jersey give up to $12 million to create the park that area. If on the executive side, I better sell all this lot, grab $12 million, that $12 million that we should invest reservoir 3, build up the real park. And this location, they have already 1,200 acres of land at the park. Why we have to spend sub to $12 million to create another park? I mean, really.
We're not spending the 12 million.
No, it's not to spend, but if we sell
Yeah.
the land value almost $12 million, we should sell the land, grab $12 million, that's the $12 million to invest reservoir 3, create the park. Already this location, this area, 5 minutes away, 1,200 acre land is there at the park. So you see, it's a policy issue I'm talking about.
Yes.
Sure.
It's a priority issue.
Yes.
So I would propose something differently.
You propose a different, okay, go
I would
ahead.
say we should put it in the education fund. It's
Whatever.
yeah, we've got
I mean,
175 million
really,
budget gap.
already, a really city give away our land, the worth is $12 million, create a park, this location, already they have 5 minutes away, 1,200 acres of land. Or, if I'm the town man, I better sell this land, grab $12 million out of from all the headache of the land environment issue. The $12 million, if we invest the reservoir 3, which is a county rich Bhutan district, then that reservoir 3 is going to be enjoyed by thousand people, from the children to adult. It is wintertime ice skating, summertime kayaking, fishing. I mean, really.
Putting it into education is universal across the city.
Whatever,
right?
you know what I'm saying. So now my concern is that it's a policy issue, not only the JCR issue. But I mean, really, it's worse to give up. Land is something we can raise revenue, $12 million. We should give up to create this small park for that area? I don't think so.
Okay, so it's an ongoing
Thank you very
policy
much.
debate.
I'm pretty sure most people, the council person, I think the council, probably the same feeling like I have. You know what I'm saying? Because already, this park provide only for surrounding area, that the people who build up all the high-rise building in that area. But these people can walk 5 minutes, they can have a Liberty State Park.
But the $12 million isn't being dedicated to that area. It's
Yeah, but if we sell the land, we can, more than $12 million we can raise, you know what I'm saying?
as it stands right now, it would go into the general fund, I guess.
Yep,
But
yep.
and so
It's a general fund, they shift the general fund at the capital improvement, have some reservoir 3 or other park we improve citywide.
So on a side note, we are working on our restoration plan for Reservoir 3. We've talked about this, very publicly. We're looking at funding, we're looking at repairs, so we're working on Reservoir 3.
I mean,
We're committed to that.
What I'm saying is, City of Jersey, this administration willing to give up $12 million, create a small park in that area, instead to do that, sell the land, get the general revenue, and invest the money, Reservoir 3, which is 20-some years of neglect in their place. So Councilman Richie is going to be real happy. Not only himself, surrounding areas, citywide, people are going to be happy to use that park. But this park, when you build, if you see anybody rendering, this is a park only surrounding area, high-rise buildings. It's not for the common. People not going to be enjoyed. People live in height. People live in Jonoska, people live somewhere, Greenville, Bog and Rock, they're not going to be enjoying it. So we should be invested those kind of amount of dollars effort. If we have to give up 12 million land, we should do something else.
Sure.
So please.
Sure, we'll talk separately about what we're going to do with the money.
Councilperson Ridley.
I have two questions. If you go to page 3 on this handout, the white areas, is that where the buildings are going to go?
Yes.
Okay. And similar to, I guess, what Councilman Young is saying, we're building a park next to a park, but is that going to be, I guess, a public park, or is it just for the residents?
Yes, it's a public park. That property is actually going to be dedicated back to the city, so the city will actually own it as a public park.
It's being built by the
But the
developer
city is not.
at their expense.
We're not paying for that.
So the developer's expense.
We're still negotiating the details on that.
In other words, you don't know. This should be full. There's got to be further discussion on this whole thing.
Actually, we should talk about it, the options, what is the best benefit to people of Jersey City. We're going to give up the build of the park, something benefit, so all those surrounding high-rise building, the condos, well, we're going to use that $12 million, creatively utilize, underutilized park for them. Which one is the maximize the benefit to people of Jersey City? Once we get the land, this is what we have to know. If they build a park in those areas, whoever build the surrounding park area, high-rise building, their price, condo, apartment, they can charge 10 to 15% extra because of the park. So please, this is a fundamental issue for Jersey City. What is the best benefit and the budget to people? When you look at it, I totally disagree to give away our land. Even though we get back land, already this land actually provide the service that surround only surrounding area. You see?
It's all contaminated land.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
It's tough to build on this property here, anything with a significant foundation, so.
So to another,
Yeah,
just also interject, just from a city planning perspective, why that park is located?
You'll have to come up here and do that if you're going to do that. And introduce yourself. I just want to add, if I may, Councilman Robinson, to your ward, about our previous discussion on this. So with regard to kind of the infrastructure and work around that, and it's my understanding that the developer is looking for some consent from the MUA and some sort of agreement of some sort.
To address the CSO.
The CSO and all that, and so.
Yes, there's a lot of infrastructure improvements that are going to happen in that area.
There's a need for somebody to communicate with them about that whole thing, is my understanding.
Well, first, we'll start Lindsay Sigmund, city planning. So.
I'm sorry, if you can introduce yourself for the record?
Yeah. Lindsay Sigmund with city planning. I work on long-range environmental planning and development applications, but this project is located in Grand Jersey, right? And this site we're talking about will be the future site of Crescent Park. Before that, there needs to be extensive remediation because there is contamination there that is the site of a combined sewer outfall. But the whole purpose of this future park is to function as a 100% green infrastructure park. It's called the First Flush Park, so the water will be treated before being discharged into the waterway.
Could I have your name, please?
Lindsay Sigmund, Lindsey, Sigmund, Sigmund.
Thank
So yeah, there's multiple phases that would be associated before the park is constructed, but it's in coordination with MUA as well.
So let me ask you this one then. Who's going to pay the land? Something can build anything other than park. Who's going to pay $12 million?
I believe whoever purchases the land will be responsible for the remediation before
So
construction.
mediation problem was that under the land they have some kind of the huge 10-foot pipelines go on sewer line, so nobody can build any structure. Then I understand if there's a councilman, because under their land they have a big sewer lines, you cannot dig it up the land, only you can use for a park.
As the plan is written, it's going to be a park.
Yeah, I mean plans, but I'm talking about structure-wise, that they're underground structure-wise. We cannot build any building other than park. That I understand, because the land unusable, we cannot use if we want to. But if that problem has only contaminant issue, even 100 acres contamination, they claim that they're able to now make that buildable land, right? And this land, even though we get the $12 million, they're gonna deduct whatever cost of the mitigation, the environment issue, we're gonna pay for that too, not to pay, gonna deduct it from the $12 million. So that's what I'm saying. If it is land, if we clean up the land, it's a buildable land, then we should be not, instead to build a park, they should be sell the land, grab $12 million, whatever, I think we can get more, and I say that money we should invest someplace else, because already 5-10 minutes away, 1,200 acres, I keep saying that Liberty State Park is right there. Why we have to build another park? They have a park 5 minutes away.
Right, I can't speak to the engineering of the site, but as the plan is written, the only thing that would be permitted to be constructed is the park.
Thank God. We have
there.
Okay, Councilman.
This is in the flood zone, correct?
Yes.
This is, was the park part of the reconstruction to make sure that the flood area is cut off from the Bergen Lafayette area?
I'm not
Because
sure.
I know I seen something about the flood zone and with this park or the building or the development or something being built in the CSO, something with the water that came in during Hurricane Sandy, that this would push, they would have to build this park up a certain amount of feet to keep the water out?
Well,
Is that for the park or is that for the development?
I believe that would be for the development. Some parks are designed to flood. We'd rather design our parks to handle flood water rather than the development of land. But I'm not
So
sure.
there's a CSO under this park that it's something like 30% of the runoff from the city comes through this area. It's a very large percentage. So it's a tough, from an infrastructure perspective, it's a tough place to build. The purpose of this park, partially, is to absorb a lot of that water and to do a retention and delayed release sort of system. So it's cleaning the water, going to the waterways, it's preventing local flooding. There's a lot of benefits to this park, more than just the you know, the surface trees and the looks and the active space for people in the
But
area.
if you see that, what are they called? Iron, your district, iron, what are they called that here?
Cast iron logs?
Cast iron. They're flood zone.
Yes.
But they know how to build, you know what I'm saying? So the flood zone cannot be issued to build, you know what I'm saying? So those kind of things is correct the problem. And the environment, they have a contaminant, they have a plan, able to plan to correct the problem. What I'm saying is that bring back this one next council meeting and come with a great excuse to also convince this one, this council, the body of the council, then yes, council members, this one we got no choice other than park. You guys have to be extremely practical because $12 million is not little money, it's a lot of money. You know? And especially
Councilman, I'm just confused. We're not putting $12 million into a park.
we know that we're not going to put that.
So
Value of land $12 million
Yes.
because we're going to get the what do they call the disruptor with the development the land and so on so. So what we call their land is what was the acre was it? Yes, the developer by the way, don't get old. City owned the 1.38 acres, and the private redeveloper, the private developer got 139. We're gonna switch it. You know that. So please, because we went for the reservoir 3, that some kind of improvement almost 20-some years. Always we come up with the excuse that they have no funding available. But when I see that the $12 million we can raise or sell, when you sell the land, lot number is 3.01, and
also-
all those areas.
We still are raising
There's also-
$12 million, right?
The sale price for the land is $12.25 million.
Right.
And then there's $7.5 million in community impact fees?
Right.
Is
There's
that,
total $11 million in community impact fees.
community, $11 million in
Let
community
me
impact
clarify,
fees?
And 12.5, which is
the
the
city's
sale.
going to be getting 11 million out of this project right here, and 12.5 million out of this project here. So a total of 23 million. This was actually bid out to redevelopers, and they came in as the highest bidder with the highest purchase price.
Whatever we raise the money, if we're able to opportunity to raise the money,
this should go to the schools.
That's a separate
It's a policy
question, though,
question,
about
yeah.
what we do with the
Right.
money afterwards,
it's
not
the
about.
build a park, then let them raise the money, reinvest someplace or the creative park, you know, because our 007, where is it? Okay. He worked so hard to Reservoir 3, letting give some funding for so he can move on to create the Reservoir 3 as well. Where are you?
Okay.
School funding,
Councilman Song.
Why are you guys bringing this now, versus a month, prior a month afterward?
We have been working on getting the projects to a point where, so to be clear, the Johnston View redevelopment agreement was already executed last year, and I believe it was presented. And so the next step is really to implement the redevelopment agreement, and one of the first things that we have to do is for the city to be transferring its parcels to the agency so that we can consolidate it in order to start the remediation or the investigation and the environmental work on it. And also we needed to effectuate the new subdivision because really the way the old block and lots were broken up, it didn't really lend itself to developable projects. And so it was about creating better project boundaries.
And both the JCR and the developer are ready to go?
For the Johnston View piece, yes. At least to start the environmental work.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's going to take several years.
Okay, so for the Johnston View piece, as opposed to what do you call it, the other piece?
The Etna Monmouth piece, which is phase 2, right? But this has far less environmental work, but that one has already been bid out. The redeveloper wanted to bid, so that one is actually close to being ready to go to.
So, Brian, with all the respect from the lawyer, if you see these pictures, anybody can see. This is the land interest that we build a small park. But if you see the pictures, a couple of blocks away around is a Liberty State Park. I mean, how much you need more park for that area? Something we can, if we sold the land, we can raise some $12 million.
we're still raising the money.
Would you prefer condos there?
We would only get more money if we put more
Yeah.
units on the space.
Well, at the build an apartment, we can make more about that. But what I'm saying is that already the park is there. Let's sell this. If we want to sell the JCI sell the land, get us some raise of cash, invest the cash, reinvest it somewhere to make the I keep saying the reservoir 3 or reservoir 3 someplace a Bogan Rockford or Greenville area to make a decent park, something they need, you know.
Bergen Arches?
Or the way council president maybe funding for
schools.
I disagree, but that's what you wish, can be you wish.
Yes. That's what I wish. All right. We will continue this policy debate. If there are no direct questions about this particular transference of land.
Further discussion on it.
What's that, Councilman?
Why don't we pull it, we get more information and further discussion.
So it's first reading, why don't we continue the conversation and see
So
what.
in other words, convince us why they need the park in that area. Okay, not just come with us, we're gonna swap the land, this, that, and the worst is so much. Instead to do that, convince this city council.
Okay.
So we should just put like more condos on it. Never mind the park, you know.
No, they have a park, it's 5 minutes away.
Oh, we just put more
12
condos,
acres.
like 10,000 more condos.
Yes, we build a condo, let them pay school tax, let them pay county tax, let them pay municipal tax.
Okay.
Thanks. Thank you, guys.
Instead I pay.
Thank you. Soraya and Dr. Kevin Lyons.
About Mrs. Patel? It's not a personal affair.
Mr. Who?
Who?
No.
Did you just call up a time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is
That's
it?
Doshi.
Doshi.
Valerie Doshi.
Doshi, I forgot. It's not the personal.
Did he forget? She worked here for many years?
Yes.
What's the resolution?
Z11. Z11, everyone.
Z11.
Am I in charge?
Z as in zebra.
D11.
Z as in zebra. 11 as in
Z11. You want to be in charge? Sorry? Council President left, you want to be in charge? Yeah. Aye.
Danny.
You guys want to SOR, under summary presentation first, or just questions?
It's a big issue.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's
Hi,
not,
everybody.
it's not a PA.
Oh, it's not. Yeah, it's just for recording purposes. So I'll sit back. So this evening I'm here with Dr. Kevin Lyons from the Rutgers Business School to talk to you about the upcoming purchasing disparity study. I know all of you are probably familiar with the Croson study, which was done back in 2007, finished in 2011, and recommendations came out of that. In order for my office, which is in charge of coordinating supply diversity programs, to operate and create programs that can effectively support our vendors and our minority, women-owned, veteran-owned, LGBT-owned, and small-owned businesses, we have to have an up-to-date purchasing disparity study so we can tailor policies to appropriately help them and also assess our utilization of those types of businesses. So this study is going to look at the past 5 years from 2013 up until 2018. It's going to analyze our utilization of minority, women, veteran-owned, LGBT-owned businesses and help us, provide them with better support in the future. And if you have any questions about the particular plan that Rutgers has presented to us, then Dr. Lyons can answer those questions.
We are on Z11, just so everyone knows.
So before we ask you, let me ask the business administrator. New Jersey State College has an MBA course. Why are we not able to use that Jersey City MBA, Jersey State College MBA, same kind of, the things, while we have to go Rutgers?
We did a
So also, when you say New Jersey City State
New
College,
Jersey State College, NJCU.
NJCU, sorry.
Yeah. They have MBA, you know.
NJCU actually is going to collaborate on this project, and so we have several staff members from NJCU, and NJCU students will also be doing a lot of the legwork and research on this project as well.
Thank
So
you.
it is a collaborative
It's
effort.
a collaborative, but
Yeah.
most of money go to the Rutgers other than NJCU. That's my concern.
Well,
If NJCU work with the Rutgers, then most of money go to NJCU, and some money go to Rutgers. But because of that, we hire the Rutgers, so most of the money go to Rutgers, and a small portion of the money go to NJCU. That's what I'm saying. Why? Did you contact with NJCU offer those kind of this kind of work?
I think Dr. Lyons should just.
Okay, so if you want to know how I ended up choosing Rutgers. First off, the previous study was done by a consultant, private consultant, MGT America, and they are what Gina Avalon in Office of Tax Abatement and Compliance says, tried and true, and they do this for everyone. So that company, they did the last study for $400,000. If we did another private consultant, it would be a lot more money, and it would cost residents upwards of closer to $1 million now, 10 years later. So instead, I wanted to look for institutions, one, that are local and know New Jersey purchasing law. And so I just called Rutgers to see if someone in the institution could do it at all, and being redirected to several different departments, I ended up speaking with Dr. Lyons, and we just talked about if this could happen. And because Rutgers is a state agency, we did not have to put out any RFP or public RFP on it, because it's an academic institution, it's a state agency, and we decided to try to make it collaborative and locally based by bringing in NJCU. But also, we want to, even though we're trying to save money, we want to have an institution that has experience behind them doing this for years, and Dr. Lyons does bring that to the table with his experience in purchasing. And so we also wanted to choose someone who has done and participated in studies like this before. So it wasn't just...
If I can just
Yes.
add, the Blaustein School in Rutgers certifies every tax assessor, tax collector, municipal clerk, purchasing agent for the state of New Jersey. They do the curriculum, and we have to pass the test that is created, so they are kind of like uniquely qualified.
Yeah, actually, city clerks about say that Rutgers is the best. That's what I like to hear that.
Yeah, St. Peter's
Where
is
you
the
guys
best, but I
stand.
had to go to Rutgers for my certification.
No question about it. Doctors the best, okay? Especially those ones. But no, doctors, a few things I'd like to bring the issue. Because we, actually, as a councilman, about years ago, actually we involved that, how we can bring the more small business community to some business with the government. With those things we tried to 20 years ago, but always we have a problem. If we call the person department, they can tell you how many actually city were participating by minority or women, so on, so they can have all the data. Only our concern is that even though we want to do that, some kind of law, state have to change that. Some kind of what we call this set aside. In a certain percent of that the bidding, even though that local vendor price are a little higher than lowest vendor, if it's local vendor, certain amount we able to honoring local vendor. Those kind of things, in order to do that, some kind of state have to be changed. State or purchasing law have to be some modified for to help the local vendors. You know what I'm saying? So those kind of things we like you more pay attention for that. You know what I'm saying? This is there's a starting work for whatever you do. You know.
Yeah, just to add to that, again, Kevin Lyons from Rutgers. As part of our team, in addition to the Blaustein School and the Cornwell Center that does public policy, we're also bringing the law school into this as well. So there's faculty from the law school that will participate. But also, which I think is to your point, the Department of Community Affairs is also going to participate with us. That's the Trenton body that governs public procurement. And what we're going to be looking for as part of this study, which is going to be unique from any of the other folks that have done these before, is that opportunity to look at public law to see whether or not there's the possibility of an amendment that we could use the study for as testimony to modify some of those agreements. And I think with the current administration, in our initial talks with them, they're very keen to that, but they need to have data behind it to sort of say, all right, this is why we can't increase local procurement. It's because state public policy is keeping us down, so that'll be addressed.
So please, as a councilman, you know, when I say yes for 181,000 spent, I expect from your study, they give us some base foundation to be able to amend the state statute, so give us more opportunity local vendors and bidding processes also. I think that's what we're looking for. If you promise to us that you're going to put some effort to amend the state statute for the purchasing law, $181,000 actually worth to spend it.
Yeah, I think the thing that's going to strengthen that is that we're looking at obviously Jersey City for the study, but we're also looking at municipalities across the entire state. And we're currently working with Newark right now to do the same thing. So I think we'll go into this with a little bit more strength rather than just this one study.
Rutgers, very influential university in the state of New Jersey. I'm pretty sure you guys are able to do some lobby the states, you know, try to. I expect some. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions, anyone?
I have a few questions, sorry.
Okay, Councilman Solomon.
So you articulated this a little bit already, but can you explain sort of why this study, why we need to do the update? Was it 2011 was the Frozen study?
Yes.
Yeah.
So in order to have an up-to-date set-aside program, you need to prove, and there are standards for strict scrutiny, and the law requires that you prove that the city as an entity has either passively or actively discriminated against businesses. So we don't have that for the recent years. So if my office were to implement a set-aside and say that I would like to create a competitive market for just MWBEs. So if purchasing contracts come in and I want to pull a contract and say, oh, I have 3 or 4 minority or women, black-owned, Hispanic-owned businesses that I think can fulfill this contract, I could, let's say, set it aside for them because if they're local, they fit the criteria, we could create those opportunities to give them more of an advantage, but we cannot, implement any type of set-aside like that without having an up-to-date study. Because we can be sued, and I believe the city was sued in previous years, and so there was a set-aside program, but a vendor sued and said that it was not fair to the non-qualifying MWBEs because it took away business from them. So unless we have this study and say that there is some underutilization of minority, women, veteran-owned businesses, then we are not justified in doing that.
We also, the mayor signed an executive order a couple of months ago, including LGBT-owned businesses, veteran-owned businesses, and disabled-owned businesses. So those are things we weren't even looking at in the first study, so now we're sort of including those as well.
We've added LGBT-owned businesses. We haven't talked about yet the disabled-owned businesses because we're still trying to find out more research about those certifications for those businesses. LGBT-owned businesses now have more certifications coming up, and even though the state doesn't have certifications for LGBT-owned businesses, we want to do that research so we're ahead of the curve, so when that does come down the line, we know at least what the availability is in Jersey City. So currently the state of New Jersey has certifications for minority-owned, women-owned, veteran-owned, and disabled veteran-owned businesses. And then there's a disadvantaged-owned business certification with the Department of Transportation, but that sort of encompasses a mixture of those. But those are the only certifications that the government sort of provides at the moment.
And to what extent will the final report include, policy recommendations and/or implementation assistance to sort of, address what, potential sort of gaps and sort of, discrimination that we find as a result of the study?
It would. It's going to include it all. There is actually a disparity guideline for the country, meaning that there's sort of like a to-do list of sorts that this has to be included, and what you just said is included in there is policy guidelines. It has to meet or pass legal muster. So that's why the Rutgers Law School folks are involved in this as well. They're going to be looking at every single case law that there is, so that the final report is something that you guys can take to your legal department and with confidence know that they're going to be able to defend it.
You know, a sense, I mean, this is a broader policy question, but you know, to what extent we were successful or not at all in making an impact based on the previous report in 2011?
So the previous study, the main recommendation, one of the main recommendations that came out of that study was the creation of the Office of Diversity and Inclusion. There was a committee, also that's another thing I have to talk about, but there was a committee that was assembled at the end of the previous Croson study, and they sort of took the charge in making sure that all of the recommendations were implemented. So though that strategic plan instructed that my office be created, instructed that we work with the Office of Tax Abatement and Compliance and the Office of the Division of Purchasing well, one, we host events and help the community understand the purchasing process more, so we do that twice a year, and we also work to help developers do more local recruitment as well. So, I mean, I have been in this position for a year, and I would say that in the year that I've joined the office, we have actually accomplished everything on the strategic plan from the previous Croson study. We now have a database of vendors that were getting registered with the city that have at least one of those certifications. So those were the main recommendations. However, we still need a better analysis of what's going on now so we can better serve vendors.
So, one more question. Is there ongoing statistical analysis so that, okay, we do the study, you know, demonstrate the levels of disparity? Do we sort of track it on an ongoing basis, so 2 years, 3 years from now, we're able to determine whether the recommendations are achieving the impact we're hoping to?
Yeah, actually built into the report, the final conclusion is that, and recommendation is that you do have these annual analyses on the progress. So this report will give you the baseline.
Right. And
then within the report, we're also going to recommend, you know, percentages that you should be, you know, to get you to the point where you need to be. So that'll be up to, and I'm not sure which department, maybe procurement or would take this on, but yes, that'll be built into it.
Yeah, it's just very important to me, just because my sense is, you know, walking in a year ago and having heard about the 2011 reports, but not being able to really see data on where we were and how we were doing, and sort of, you know, so that is particularly crucial from my perspective.
And I think it's also going to be strengthened by the fact that we now also have a state level. So they actually have, in this new administration, hired a state diversity, and they're going to be reporting on the state. So I can almost imagine that there's going to be a, you know, county as well as school.
So, Doctor?
Can I respond to one?
Councilman Young.
One thing, you asked about continuous reporting. So when, that has been a goal of my office, but when it depends on other offices such as IT and the Division of Purchasing. So when the Division of Purchasing brings their new financial system to the forefront, that new system hopefully should have more compatibility to provide reports on MWBE utilization, because right now it's very tedious to get that information. So that's something to keep in mind when the city and when the council votes on the new purchasing system, that it will make it easier for my office and the Division of Purchasing to produce those reports annually. And also, depending on, you know, how we're going to see how this first study goes, this is something that should happen at least every 3 years anyway. So depending on how it goes, then of course we will speak to Rutgers about maybe doing this on a continuing basis. We just want to see how this first goes.
So, your department look at it that way, but I, as a council person, I like to say two things make clear. This study able to provide some kind of better opportunity to local vendors that participate in purchasing, processing, local government. That's number one. Number two, current all the municipal government, their purchasing practice based on state country or regional country, all group purchasing. So they make us more difficult local small vendors participating purchasing process in local government now. So I like to, your study should be involved that part of it today is a person present by municipal government, by regional or local municipal, like those things, how we're gonna impact the small local vendors, you know. So those kind of should be improved and included in your study also.
Yeah, that'll be included as well, but I also should mention that as a municipality, you guys also have the authority to create your own regional contracts as well, meaning that you could partner with other municipalities and then create a cooperative purchasing arrangement. Now, this is in the Department of Community Affairs charge, but nobody really takes that on because it's a lot of work. But that is another opportunity for the local businesses in Jersey City to get more business because you've increased your purchasing power by partnering up with other municipalities to create much larger contracts. So that's just something that we'll include in the in our report, the opportunities to do that. And then the second piece is that we're also going to be working with Soray's office to look at capacity building with suppliers, which she's already doing. Getting suppliers who might not currently qualify to bid on city contracts, to get them up to the point where they could possibly be tier 1 contracted type suppliers. Meaning that a lot of small businesses sometimes do not want to bid on state or municipal contracts because of their capacity might not be where it needs to be. So we'll be identifying in this report the capacity of the local suppliers as well.
So can't you also provide some kind of action plan, what we have to do?
Yes.
Council side, or what kind of ordinance we should be creative, so those, like those kind of legal support or ideas can provide us. So end of the day, can we, after finish the report, how long is it going to take? 1 year?
1 year.
Yes.
1 year. We'd like a copy of the report, right?
Sure.
Yes, of course you will.
No.
No?
But everyone except you knows.
Yes,
All right.
absolutely.
Of course, Councilman Gilman.
Wow.
Give me the
Yeah,
So,
right.
if I can just add, to the councilman's point, later tonight, there'll be a presentation on Vision Zero. So Sarai is probably familiar with the Vision Zero, our efforts here in Jersey City, and they did a great job. And tonight they're going to present the action plan after a year worth of research and planning around the whole process. Having something similar as an output, just kind of a very itemized action plan around that for us over the next 2 to 5 years. Yeah.
Sure.
Yes, so that presentation is a part of the proposal and the timeline. Also, we are going to have at least 2 community meetings, so the public is aware of the process, and we're encouraging public participation and interviews. Dr. Lyons and his team will also be interviewing city staff, and I alluded to the fact that there was a committee for the previous study. This time, we decided to assemble the committee at the beginning of the study so they can actually, be more familiar with the process. So there is a committee that has met once and will meet monthly to receive updates from Dr. Lyons' team. Councilman Robinson, Council President, and Councilwoman Joyce Waterman are on that committee, and there are also other city directors, IT, tax saving compliance, and we have a few community members. So yes, we will be meeting regularly, and if anyone would like updates, throughout the 11 months, then please just let me know, and I'll send you that information.
And by the way, who organized the committee?
I asked Council President who he would like to sit on the committee. Well, the committee structure was taken from the previous committee structure, which says that there should be 3 council members. There should be, I believe, 3 community members. I believe we have 2 now, and I'm trying to get some more. And then we have also the Director of IT, Director of Purchasing, Director of Office of Tax Saving and Compliance. But also, there is no room in the city where I can have a large enough meeting to fit all of these people. So we are a pretty full group right now, but if anyone has a resident,
We never passed a resolution to set up a committee for looking into the matter. So maybe it's not the committee, maybe gathering.
It was done by executive order by the mayor.
Oh, mayor's executive order?
The previous one was, and the law department, they instructed me to do an executive order.
Oh, executive order, was it?
It was authorized by executive order by the mayor to establish this committee and so forth.
Advisory committees can be done either by resolution for the council or by executive order from the mayor.
Okay.
I guess the one thing I just add, just for the council, obviously the community outreach is a big part of this, right? And particularly for those ward council people on the south side and underrepresented communities, it's important to be engaged in this.
There will also
I'm
be
preaching
a
to the
web
choir
page.
right now, so.
There will also be a web page that will have updates as well.
Okay. Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
When you said Dr. Kevin Lyons.
No.
I think,
You guys have
Couple have to go to another
Which one?
thing. 0.
really?
Yeah.
from here.
Yeah, exactly, that's right.
So long.
So you know our
Council President?
Okay.
You know our
Who's the next victim?
So
I'm
please.
gonna think they'll be fast. Artie, you're gonna be fast, right? Come on, Artie. You and Joe and who else is with you? Director Williams is here for Z9. Z9, council members. Okay, folks, this is a resolution authorizing the execution of a field facility use agreement with New Jersey City University regarding the management, maintenance, upgrades, and event scheduling at Metro Field, AKA the Courtney Fishone Field. Director Williams, welcome.
Thank you, Council
Mr.
President.
Mackey, welcome.
Good evening, all. This partnership that we have with NJCU, the field, they're going to rehab the field, and it would be it's good for the teams, Jersey City Public Schools, as well as the local baseball team that plays on that field. It's going to be refurbished, and then I'm going to yield to Mr. Mackey, who's been in numbers of meetings on it.
Good evening, Council. As the Director said, this is 3 years in the making. I don't know if this is the final product. Obviously, that lies within the Council. We've had numerous meetings with NJC representatives. For the Director, we brought the Director and Vice President that are handling this renovation to the Athletic Directors meeting on November 1st on 2018. That Athletic Directors meeting included all non-public and public high schools that were present to address any issues or concerns that they had at that present time. In particular, and I'm being upfront here, University Charter School and Snyder High School, which is in Greenville, and proximity to that field, had some questions and some answers, and it went back and forth. The NJCU representatives are not here, so I won't speak for them. But part of that discussion was they would try to start games, practices, etc. at 2 p.m. So at the conclusion of a day, school, 3:30, 4 o'clock, there was not much interference. Subsequently, we had other meetings, and they were, I think, willing to even offer the Tidelands, which is down at 440 outside Society Hill, those fields to any kind of conflicts, etc., that needed to be addressed. I think the resolution and all documents, we were forwarded by the law department,
Yes.
and per your review, we're here to address it. Thank you.
Council President Ridley?
I had a meeting with NJCU Recreation, and I also spoke to the guy that runs Metro Field now. But one of the things that I was trying to figure out, because I know we had some questions last time when we pulled this off. So one of the things I was trying to figure out is why exactly, like how did we get to this point? Like why does NJCU need the field? Because they have a field on 440. But they're looking to redo that field on 440. And as the director mentioned, we spoke about having access to that field on 440 once they make those updates. And they mentioned wanting to be able to share that new facility with the city and with, the public in that area, but they needed to make those updates, which are going to take a little while. So this is part of the reason this is coming before us. And we also talked about parking at NJCU. So if you look at the last line on the first page, I asked if we could add some language in there that says we would need to explore some additional opportunities with using their facilities since they're using ours. So that means parking and access to their stadium on Fort Ford.
Yes. And over the years, we've been having a great partnership with them. We're right now they're housing the Persian field. We're utilizing their pool because the pool's under repairs, so we've got a great relationship with NJCU.
Anyone else,
And,
Councilman Rivera?
we have the senior programs with HHS. They have swimming and other activities there with HHS.
Danny boy. Danny, you?
Pointless, so. I'm
Yeah?
okay. Yeah, I mean, one of the concerns that I had was, for example, when the NJCU personnel was here, I was concerned, and I'm still very concerned about their time frame. How are we gonna fit their schedules, especially Friday schedules? You know, there's about 400 kids there. And I don't know how you're gonna double up on Fridays. Is there anything written on the ordinance here that 2 p.m. they gotta take off, they gotta leave? You know, so we can have the kids from the community start, you know, play. I mean, it's not here, so I just have this weird feeling that we're gonna give this field up and it's going to be, we're not gonna have any say-so on it, and we're gonna be binded to this ordinance.
Is that 2 p.m.?
I mean, you know, they should be playing, the kids from the local leagues come in around 6 o'clock. So that field now has to get re-dragged, re-lined. You know, is DPW gonna come back and re-drag the field, re-line the field once it's done? You know, that's concerning. You know, bad weather, like you know, if it rains and the field gets dragged and they practice in it, there's going to be all kinds of divots on the field. Is it going to form a safety issue for these kids, being that the adults are now off the field and the kids are going to have a crappy field to play in? I don't think none of that was discussed, you know, in the negotiations between Recreation and NJCU, and that concerns me.
We can reach out to Sean Tucker.
That's happening. We're voting on this.
But I thought you met with him.
Yeah, well, we did, and he said that he was going to meet with you, and none of that stuff is in this ordinance. So we got the same ordinance all over again.
Well, what did you request Sean to add to the ordinance so we can make sure he does it?
To make sure that the field, who is going to redo the fields after they're done? Who's going to redo the field? Do you know what I mean, Joe? I mean, the fields, for example, you know, that part, Metro Field, has kids that play 13, 14, and 15-year-olds. So they play a lot of, you know, state tournament games there. So if you do the field and it's lined up, for those who don't understand, that's the line that goes down the first base line, third base line, all the way across the field. If people play in that, in practice in that park before these games, it's not going to be a regulated game for them. Like some coaches or umpires can say, we don't want to play in this field because it's not done. Is the city going to come out and do the field? Or is there going to be equipment there so that maybe, I don't know if the coaches or maybe NJCU people can drag the field and line the field? I mean, it's simple. It's not a lot. It's simple.
Again, we can reach out to Mr. Tucker now, because I thought you had that conversation when they met with you.
I mean, we had a great conversation,
right?
You know, but you know, there was the maintenance stuff is not done. Another thing that I told them, where here is not there, where are they going to store the portable base and the portable fence? Are they going to leave that in the field? Are they going to take it with them? Yeah. If you leave it in the field, it's going to, you know, wear in the field, because now it's going to be a safety issue for these kids when they're playing. But I mean, I'm okay with it. I'm just upset that the little maintenance things were left out. That's all.
Okay, we'll reach out to get it corrected.
So the $301,000 that NJC is providing, I thought this was gonna be a turf field.
That's another thing.
I thought the 300,000, because you saying lines, turf field's already got it already in, right?
Yeah.
But is it gonna be a turf field?
It's not gonna be a turf.
No?
Absolutely not for
So-
that money.
Again, I don't want to speak for NJCU, but reiterating, we did have numerous meetings. This is a 3-year agreement, potentially. They have mentioned, again, potentially turf, which you can make 8 colors, and then it's a win-win, in my opinion. Getting back to Councilman Rivera's point, Friday nights and weekends are a challenge, because DPW, and I don't speak for them, they're not here, their staff is limited on the weekends. So I think they would have to clarify that, and/or, as you mentioned, with the custodial staff of NJCU.
Line and maintain the fields.
If it's not turf.
Right.
There are some coaches that are with that. I mean, I guess if NJCU, shows them how to do that. There's some coaches that can do that by themselves. But you want to do it the right way. If a kid gets hurt, then you can't blame the coach. The kid's gonna be like, yeah, he dragged the field, and there's a science to that. But.
Can we get the breakdown of the $300,000 that this
should be in the package. I have it in the package.
Is it?
In the packet that I was provided from the Lord.
Very last page.
Very last page.
I didn't see that.
So back.
Oh, the back. The back. Okay. New backs.
C or side. That's not turf.
Right. Okay, so my next question, which I did ask NJCU while they were here, and even here it says softball infield construction. A regulated softball field does not have any grass in the infield. So is what you're telling me that NJCU is going to remove the grass from there? Is actually going to totally skin it? Because if that happens, then that field does not become playable for baseball, regulated baseball.
Your point is correct, Councilman. What we did when we do, I'm not an engineer or an architect, we made them skin the infield to the measurements of a baseball diamond. However it might look, I'm just saying that's what was discussed.
Okay.
Now, again, even with cheaters at a young age, you have to go to home plate all the way to the darkened area of this sheet with the renovation. But that's what was discussed. I don't,
And the last thing,
Sure.
I'm telling you, I see, I'm okay with it. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm okay with NJCU fixing this part for these kids. I'm upset that I just saw this. For example, creation of batting cages, 2 batting cages, $68,000. There better be a pitching machine in those batting cages. There better be 2 pitching machines in those batting cages for that amount of money. Because you're not going to put 2 batting cages and no pitching machine there for $68,000. That makes no kind of sense.
Well, where is NJC?
But the college is paying for that, Council.
Right, but so for $68,000, so what are we going to get? We're going to get, what type of fencing are we going to get for 2 years? You don't need to,
Where are they?
they should definitely put a batting cage
So
in there.
can we do this then?
So
Because we don't have a set time frame, right? Because now I am confused, because this was on the agenda, we pulled it off the agenda, then Councilman, you met with NJCU, and we were putting it back on the agenda, and I asked for it not to go back on because I wanted to have a meeting with Recreation, NJCU, and Metro Field, which we did. So if it was okay to go back on, now we still have a lot of questions, maybe we all need to sit down together, because I wasn't at council
Take it off again.
meeting, and he wasn't.
I will tell you, it was at the agenda meeting. I asked specifically if you talked to Denise or Danny, and if anyone had had that conversation.
We spoke about it, and I spoke to the NJCU staff in my office in length, but I'm worried because here I see that the field is being skinned for softball. skinned means you're gonna take out that infield. I don't want them to skin it.
What's the difference between the first ordinance and this one? Just this line that I had to add in, or did they go back and change?
It's that line, and also the concerns, Councilman, you had about the 2-year cancellation period. That was also addressed. But my recollection is that in terms of what is going to be created with the turf field, or the skinned infield, how high the grass will be cut, all that is remaining the same.
It's all the same from the first ordinance, right?
I mean,
my recollection, yes.
I mean, they're kids. They're also, you know, young females from our local area that play on the softball team. I mean, I know who they are. I've seen them. So I would hate to, like, you know, knock this off and just keep on pushing this to the side. But, you know, we should make a phone call to them and say, can we have, you know, can we make sure we have maintenance there? You know, I mean,
Can we agree to a conference?
so yeah, we can agree to a conference. Not tomorrow's call.
So
yeah, you can
Does
agree to
tomorrow
yeah,
have
no,
that?
we could. I could agree to a conference call. You know, I'm okay.
Council President?
Yes.
Thank you for all the issue you raised. The problem is that if City of New Jersey not happy with the scheduling so we gotta give to 2 years ahead of notice. So if we try to, this is 3 years contract, order to cancel the contract, first year, we gotta get 2 years of notice. So which year we go, 2012. That's the last day. But the minute we give the notice that the first year we're gonna be canceled this also, what we have to, we gotta pay 100% of whatever concession they could pay, we gotta pay. Second year, if we cut, we gotta pay 60, 90, 30% we have to pay. So what they put in money, they can put themselves to when we cancel the contract, but minute we cancel the contract, we gotta pick up the tax of what they put in. So the way we say, set up the meeting, let's go one more time, you know, so because actually Councilman Daniel say the Jersey kids first. We gotta make sure they're filled to utilize and use first by Jersey kid. Whatever time left over, we try to utilize and use that NJCU. You know what I'm saying? So I don't
What's the
know
next step here?
No, just, I mean, we'll speak to them. We'll have a conference.
You guys will take care of that?
Yeah,
I'll take
we'll
care.
take care of it.
Let's take our time.
Marlene can
Tuesday,
count them out.
Wednesday,
Councilwoman Sedell.
speak with them.
So we'll reach out to them on Wednesday?
We'll send, if we can send an email.
Joe.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman, you mentioned the schedule for this year is done. We've done till August 1st, so this is not imminent, no offense.
Yeah.
We have, the high school's done, the schedule's done, and Greenville West Side Bay Brewed. They're on the
They're
schedule.
already on the
Also,
schedule.
can we have a copy of that? Interrupt.
No,
No,
I'm
the
not,
schedule
I'm
is
not
done.
part of the negotiation per se, but we're part, the director. We sat down with the schedule, we had to do the schedule. So realistically, if and when it gets approved, they're not putting a shovel in the ground, so hypothetical August 1st. And I'm not being disrespectful to anybody, the council president, law department, whoever, but the schedule had to get done.
Not me.
There's, no, I don't mean it that way, because there's umpires, visiting teams, transportation, you know, assignments that had to be made.
So,
Hey, Coach, can we get a copy of that schedule?
Sure. You got a copy of that schedule.
All right, yeah.
March 1st is the first official letter.
Director, just
Yes.
clear on today's a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, you know, before 6 o'clock, they have stick on. Maybe you can work it out, you know, give us some.
Do a
But
call.
they just need this done because they have to do their schedule, correct?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have a meeting. I wouldn't, I mean, I would keep it on, you know, I mean, I'm gonna vote for it.
Okay, we appreciate it. Okay, I'll reach out to Mr. Tucker.
So if they take out the grass, we can't play there. I mean, high school games can't play.
I mean, officially, they.
Okay. Are we done here?
Okay.
Thank you.
They said replace with cement or salt.
See you later.
Yes.
Like they say,
Thank you. I apologize. Everyone here has like one item, and I know you're all waiting patiently. Going as quickly as we can here. To Vision Zero team, step on up.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah.
That's Z28, folks, Z28.
Okay, okay. Yun called her.
Did he just mistake you for Bob Lee?
That's not her last name.
No, first name. It was. This is the Bobby like.
Do I need to read my name into the record?
Yeah.
I can spell it too.
So ridiculous.
Oh man. We're all good. We don't need to. Andrew's here.
I'll sit down.
Sorry. I'm
Do you have an extra one of those?
Yeah.
I'll stop.
Do you have one of those?
You don't want to bring shit.
Does anyone have those action plans? Where are they?
No. I got the walk in here.
We had 11? 10 or 11?
I don't need.
One for each council member plus 2.
Plus 2, right.
I don't need one.
I need one for councilperson Waterman and for the record.
There should be.
Should be there.
Are there any extras?
I just gave one over to the council president.
Maybe there we go. Danny's got it.
Danny's hoarding them.
So mad at the field.
All right, let's get this moving. Folks, can we give Barca and Andrew your attention? Let's go.
Okay, good evening, council members.
Good evening.
We're here to present to you the completed Vision Zero action plan. Just to provide a little bit of background about how we got to this point, there was an executive order signed on February 9th of last year committing the city to Vision Zero and outlining a few tasks for the task force to complete in the year from the signing of the executive order to now. So those tasks included first, the establishment of a task force with 15 members, including myself and Andrew as the co-chairs, and outlined the duties of the task force, which include 1, publishing a Vision Zero action plan to propose ways to eliminate traffic fatalities and severe injuries on Jersey City streets within 7 years or by the year 2026. The second was to develop assurances against racial profiling and targeting as it pertains to Vision Zero enforcement, because we will be talking about enforcement as a strategy to eliminate crashes. The third was to solicit information and input from the public during the Vision Zero plan development process. The fourth was to report quarterly on the activities of the task force. And the fifth was to create a public website with crash data and regular updates on the planning process. So I'm proud to say that we have completed all of those tasks on time and under the budget that was allocated to us. And we're here today, exactly a year from the signing of the EO, to present to you this completed action plan. And I'll turn it over to Andrew to talk a little bit more about the timeline, and you can flip to page 22 and 23 in your plan to follow along the timeline.
So the executive order was signed in February. We've since had 4 task force meetings, which was required as part of the executive order. We had an additional extra task force meeting in January 2019, bringing the total to 5 task force meetings. We had 13 public events, starting with the National Night Out events in August. And then our last public meeting was held on January 29th, where we unveiled the action plan and gave a presentation about the process for developing the plan. If you turn to the table of contents, which is page 4, it gives an outline of how the report is structured. Essentially, the beginning talks about what Vision Zero is and where Jersey City is in terms of traffic safety. The middle portion of the report talks about how we develop this plan. And the last portion of the report are the specific discrete actions that we'll be taking over the next 7 years to eliminate traffic fatalities and severe injuries. One of the requirements within the executive order was to propose both short-term and long-term improvements. So the way that we've addressed that is with each of the actions in the back of the report, they're assigned a time frame. The majority of those are either 2-year or 5-year time frames. And one other unique aspect of the Vision Zero plan is that we're not just saying that we're going to be doing a handful of actions, but we are identifying what success looks like for each of those actions in the interest of transparency and accountability. Another task or requirement of a typical Vision Zero initiative is the publishing of an annual report every year to monitor our progress on both traffic crash records and also our progress on each of these individual actions. We are anticipating doing that as well. The exact structure of how the task force proceeds from here still needs to be identified through another executive order.
Okay. Want to open it up for questions? Is that, council members, any questions? This is a resolution to basically adopt this plan and to support the action plan that's being proposed from the year-long planning process. Questions, council members? If there's none, I'm not forcing it.
I have one or two. Just, do you have sort of, in anywhere, rough budget estimates of where some of these things might cost? Just because, I mean, part of achieving by 2026 is understanding the resources required to do so.
Yeah, so one of the, I guess, central tenets of Vision Zero, the principle, is that traffic safety doesn't necessarily need to be expensive. So if you look at each of these action items, there's over 70. Only a handful of them I would consider requiring a significant amount of funding. If you look at the first section, actions to design safer streets, I would say the majority of them are just kind of restructuring or reprioritizing the city's resources. Actions 1.3 and 1.4 certainly could come with significant costs to them. But number one, we have a lot of grants that we've already been awarded for a lot of the streets that are on the high injury network. And number two, this report will allow us to seek grant funds in the future for different types of traffic safety initiatives. The other big, I would say, big ticket items, so to speak, are related to hiring, and really we're only suggesting that or proposing that when it comes to the traffic safety unit, which currently has 6 members, and we're proposing to double that to 12 officers within 2 years.
What page are you on?
That is page 49, action 4.4.
This isn't absolutely Council Bojano asked, did you contemplate for the traffic safety unit any motorcycles in front of that?
We didn't contemplate any specific type of mode.
Separate conversation.
Increase in traffic safety.
Correct.
Did you explore that? No,
It was definitely discussed at the task force meeting, probably a number of times. I don't think a decision was made either way.
Well, I would say just anecdotally, anybody that's stuck in traffic along West Side Avenue will tell you that you cannot get a patrol car down during high traffic times. So having some force that is more nimble, whatever that might look like, would benefit, in particular my side of the city, but I think all of the city of Jersey City.
So where do you would have?
Andrew,
Yeah.
Yes.
No, just-
I think this is pretty funny. It says, expand the traffic safety unit within the police department. Guess what? We don't have a traffic safety unit. We have nobody doing traffic in the Jersey City Police Department. That's one of the problems, why we have so many accidents, why we have speeding on these roads. You know, they did away with the motorcycles. That is one of the biggest problems in the city right now. So take that out of there because we don't have zero.
So you gotta change.
Either way, it's expanding.
Creative.
Expanding what? Zero?
From 6 or 0.
Andrew, nothing with you, it has
Everything
nothing to do
starts
with you, Andrew, it's just that I think that's hysterical.
Just to say, create.
Bring the motorcycles back.
Question, so on the map, right, we're including, these numbers include state roads? So, because on the map I see dots on like the turnpike.
Yes, so if you look at page 11, where all of the traffic collisions are, we've mapped everywhere where there's been a fatal crash, a serious injury crash, or a moderate injury crash for bikes and pedestrians, because those are the vulnerable users. On the next page, on page 13, we've created a high injury network, which is basically a network of the most dangerous streets or segments of streets in Jersey City, regardless of jurisdiction. And then because this Vision Zero plan is focused on what we could do as a city, we eliminated the county and state roads and then created another high injury network, which is on page 15, which focuses just on city streets. So our efforts and all the actions that are outlined are in reference to this map on page 15, which is the roads that are in the city's jurisdiction. And then in order to deal with the fact that a majority of the fatal crashes and a large percentage of the severe injury crashes do happen on county and state roads, and we can't ignore them because they're still in our city. We have lots of actions, or one major action for focused advocacy at the county and state level to make sure they're also doing similar work to address those crashes, and we would help them in any way that we can by leading by example and then lending our resources however we can.
And also inviting them to participate formally on the task force.
Right, and there is enforcement on the county roads by Jersey City Traffic Safety Unit.
Okay. Any other questions, council members?
Last question is just, on a lot of these, it's sort of a TBD in terms of the exact site location, 10 bus stops, things like that. What's your vision for how those decisions are going to be made?
Sure. So one of the efforts that we looked into was equity, and we defined that, or we showed that by mapping communities of concern, which includes minority, low income, female head of households, carless households, elderly populations. And the reason we did that is to help us prioritize our efforts in the places where the users are the most vulnerable and they fall into one of these characteristics. What we found was close to 90% of the city falls within that designation. So one of our next steps with equity is to break down those factors and take maybe just one or two of the most impactful ones and see when we map that and correlate that with the high injury network if that doesn't help us prioritize locations. The idea with all the actions is to start on or along the high injury network and work from there. We want to avoid a situation where we continue making these improvements in one part of the city only. So doing that equity piece, taking it one step further, maybe only mapping ethnic minority and low income would help us with the priority along the high injury network, and that would be a good place to start.
Okay, anything else? Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see.
You're welcome.
Rodney, Carmen, John. Thank you for your patience.
Are you here on Z30?
10D.
Oh.
And then walk on.
Yeah, that's Z30. All right, just identify yourself, Ted, for everyone.
Harrison, Real Estate Officer, Community Development.
John Restrepo, I'm the Director of Housing and Community Development for Garden State Episcopal CDC.
We're here tonight because Garden State Episcopal, and John, who's representing Garden State Episcopal, he's Director of Development. They're requesting that the city subordinate its mortgages to construction loans in order that they can complete the construction on their projects. I think there were some questions, particularly on 10D at the last caucus meeting, and so we're here tonight to answer questions you may have regarding this subordination request. And Z30 is very similar. It's new, but it's the same developer, and the project is 478-480 Ocean Avenue.
Okay, let's start with 10D. D. This was on the council meeting previously.
Restrepo, R-E-S, you got it?
This was mortgage subordination
Not a problem.
at the last, I think, 2 council meetings, maybe last council meeting?
Yeah,
Last council meeting. So, Councilman Yang, I believe you had questions.
Yes, Council President. Actually, John, right?
Yes.
John stopped by my office, explained to all the issue. My concern was very good, very impressed.
Great.
You know, so I have no questions. 10D and Z30. Very good job. Keep the good work.
Should have told me that it's stuck. I would have. I didn't know that they had a prior conversation. I thought this was going to be long and protracted. I was like, I apologize. I didn't realize. All right.
I hit the eject button.
Next.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good night, Carmen.
Thank you.
You only give comments here.
Answer this question. They took 1 minute per resolution. We've been averaging about 40 minutes per resolution.
Huh?
Wow, sorry. Why did we even bring?
I didn't even know. Who's Joseph? Come on up. We have Joseph Javier from Architecture, 10Z10.
10Z10.
He only has the one item. It's a contract to Amco Enterprises for Pershing Field Pool dehumidifier replacement, project number 2018-028.
10Z10.
That's a no-brainer.
About time.
Oh, the thing was built in the 70s. It's bound to
Any
be
questions
great.
about this?
No.
Okay.
If
I have one.
anybody has a respiratory problem, then the swimming pool, tough. About time to change the dehumidifier.
I know you went with the lowest bidder here, which is required, but if you could just, someone let me know who the other bidder, where they're from.
Yeah, the bidder was Louis Cardillo. They were about 260,000.
Where are they from? Where are they based?
This one they were awarding to?
No, Louis Gargiulo.
Jersey City.
Louis Gargiulo?
Yes.
Local bidder, okay.
Local bidder.
But just make sure that, what kind of warranty we're gonna get? Because we're gonna spend $178,000.
Whatever comes with the manufacturer's product.
It's not only manufacturer's warranty, can be machine get damaged by wrong installation or some kind of workmanship can be issued. So we want to make sure that their warranty have to be include lathe and part, and we want to make sure that clear how long they're going to do. Because workmanship is most get the different machine itself, nothing wrong with that. But workmanship, when they install, they have a problem, because they don't know what they're doing, it's very common. So we're going to make sure that what kind of warranty is involved.
Usually we're covered for about a year.
Year is what? Labor and part?
And workmanship, and by that time you should know if the product is defective or not.
And yeah, the paper, when you sign the contract with them, the construction, do they gonna provide those kind of things? The labor and the parts, so and so, how long they're gonna work? Did you put in writing? That's what I mean. I guess 1 year that's not enough. $170,000 is a lot of money.
Yeah, what happens is then we do a maintenance contract either with them or in this
No,
case.
forget about maintenance contract, there's something else. We talk about the warranty in the first place. What kind of warranty we have?
You get 1 year from them for workmanship and parts and labor, and then the rest would be from the manufacturer.
And you have documentation for that, right?
It comes with it automatically.
Okay,
standard contract.
And by the way, this is the same contractor who installed our last unit about I think 5 years ago. 2013.
Okay.
And it's still working and functioning properly.
Okay. So I don't want you to come back 6 months later, if you find a problem, we have to change the motor, then I'm going to ask you who installed it, who's going to pay what. Then there's, oh, don't do that. Okay, we just want to make sure, okay? All right, 1 year, okay?
The Shores Council.
That's what it is. Jewish woman. Okay, I got that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, you want to flip a coin? Who's first? All right. Erica, is that, she's got 10 N and 10 O. N is in Nancy, and O is in Oscar.
Okay, so I believe the first N is for
Erica, what is your last name?
Baptiste, B-A-P.
I can spell it, B-A-P-T-I-S-T-E.
Yes.
Got it. And you're here for what again?
So for one of the items has to do with,
Which one's that?
10N.
which is that block 16901?
Yes.
Okay, so this is to authorize the planning board to conduct a preliminary study on block 16901, lot 17. The address is 51 Crescent Avenue on the city tax map to determine whether or not it's an area in need of redevelopment or rehabilitation. Currently, it's a 3-story with basement building. It has 3 units. It was recently renovated by the Jersey City Public School, and currently the roof is leaking, which is causing some damage to the structure.
This is in what ward?
It's 51 Crescent, right? It's
F? Oh, we're missing Jermaine. Okay.
But that building, I see that they're Googling.
Yeah.
Their house looks great.
Yes, but it was, our office was told that.
We did an inspection and the roof is.
Yeah, but they're not do inspection is not enough reason to call that spot redevelopment plan to build.
This is just a study to determine.
But that's what I'm saying. Study is the first step to go,
Yeah.
gonna move on to the redevelopment. So when I look at it, if it's a loop is a leak, if they didn't get the CO yet, that's a more like administration side issue. But because of that reason, we're gonna call that the redevelopment study, and that's one specific, the building, when you see the outside, looks great, it's a beautiful neighbor, you know? I mean, the building wise.
But the city owns it.
The city owns this property.
Yeah, city owns it.
They're property owned by city.
Yep.
Yes.
Just studying to see what the possibilities are.
Yeah, whether it to be redeveloped or rehabilitated.
I mean, that's
When you say
different
redevelop,
study.
you mean demolish and...
That is possible with redevelopment.
I mean,
But I don't think anyone wants to
Yeah, it's more.
demolish
Yeah,
that
it's
to
more like a
beautiful
research
structure.
and.
what is it? Okay, I can.
It's mostly just to see. So like the option right now, the only option we would have right now to do anything with it would be just to auction it. But we want to just see what the potential is and what kinds of things, what the situation is.
Then we should send the building department, construction office, to evaluate that location. I mean, that building. I mean, we have to do. I mean, to me, you bring up the big guns to kill the small mosquitoes. I mean, really, we need to do that?
Councilperson Ridley.
Requirements for deciding if something is an area of redevelopment or rehabilitation?
So there is a criteria which determines whether or not an area is in need of redevelopment. I can show you the sheet from another.
I'll make copies of it.
Can you send that to us? I'll make a copy right now. Okay, thank you.
Make copies for everyone?
Councilman, the criteria and the standards are all addressed within the statute.
We very familiar with the criteria for that but that building is not belong to none of their items.
Sorry, can I clarify? So it's a city-owned lot?
Yes.
And the building is newly constructed?
No, it's not newly constructed. This is the building.
Just one unit.
But the information I was provided with stated that most recently the Jersey City School, which school was it? Public, okay.
Is that
one across the
51
street.
Crescent?
This property is 51 Crescent.
That has been on the council agenda for the last 20 years. It's been a project where they've been trying to let kids go in and
Rehab it?
rehab
Yeah.
the building. And we've been redoing it every year.
Yeah.
Okay, so
We haven't gotten there. We've been
So the students go in as part of like a hands-on learning process and rehab it.
Right.
But an inspection has revealed that
Yeah, it needs a lot of work.
okay.
It's I think there's been 30 resolutions extending the agreement. I think it's been
Really?
in existence as long as I've been clerk.
Wow.
Interesting.
I remember
No
that.
idea.
Yeah, it's like a place to practice for the, like a vocational school, and so on, so. We familiar with that, but what I'm saying is that if we send out construction officer, they can tell you, instead of we do that, we should rehab, so. Give us some idea, because,
I think that that's a good point, Councilman, but this
by the
resolution...
way, always good point.
Yeah, you're making a very good point. This resolution is basically the council's motion or action to say, hey, planning staff, go put this information together to bring it back to the council.
That's what I'm saying, instead of the planning department involved that actual construction, issue, we should send the construction officer, building
Right.
department.
I think as part of that, we have a unique opportunity here since the city owns it to do that, to ask that request.
Let me ask a
make
question,
that
because it's
request.
the council asking, but it's in Ward F. Is Councilman Robinson making this request, or was he aware of this?
This request.
He's not here. How did this originate?
From JCRA.
If you send the rubber, you tell me, we should rehab, we should sell.
It was internal discussion with HEDC, with my
Folks.
office, with JCRA. Just before the city potentially spent any money on this, we want to understand what are the options? Is it worth us spending money on? Is it worth us trying to build this into affordable housing? Is it worth just auctioning it? We're just trying to make the right decision with our funds.
So I would say, this is just my opinion, council member, so it comes from the council, the authorization to conduct a study, right?
Yeah.
And so the councilman from Ward F, somebody should have a conversation with them.
Yeah,
And
sure.
see if this is what he would like to see happen, and then I recommend to the rest of the council in that regard.
Sure.
And if he decided to do that, then I would take it into consideration as Councilman Gardner. I think others would too, probably, right?
Sure.
I think every council person would probably want that.
Yep, sure.
Matt, or Erica, can I ask you something? Could either one of you give me a list of all the people on the planning board and what their experiences are?
You would like a list of that?
What?
You would like a list?
Yeah,
City clerk.
I'd like to know basically what are their experiences, why they're on the planning board.
Yeah, so I can work with
And where
Sean
they're
Gallagher.
from.
So I can get Sean Gallagher, who has all the resumes of the planning board members, and we can get that.
Can you get it to me, Matt?
Yes.
Because I think we need a change in the planning board where it's more community oriented, and what's going on is a shame.
We'll get you the information.
So, Matt, reason I brought the issue, it's not much issue there what you guys doing. But once you declare, I look at it as a study for the redevelopment, just one specific house, then you guys come from the paper, yes, definitely the redevelopment for the spot redevelopment. And when the city council approved that house, pretty good house, will move to JCRA. Once they move to JCRA, they're out of our hand. They're gonna decide whatever they want. So that's what I'm saying. So, really, if you wanna know, this building gonna need a rehab or public auction. So if our construction, when you look at it, estimated fixed
He's
this one,
back. So we can,
$500,000.
and I don't want to belabor the point, so maybe to have a conversation offline with Councilman Robinson on this.
Where we at?
10N, which is authorizing the planning board to conduct a study on 51 Crescent Avenue. It's a property in Ward F. If this is something you wanted to see move forward or not, it's in your ward. I don't know if they consulted with you, but Bojan, did you have your hand up? No. Okay.
Huh? You were gonna say something? No, we already talked about it.
You've talked about this? Okay. So you want to see this happen?
Yeah.
Okay. You want to see it happen, folks? Okay.
Oh, there ain't no bashing North Africa?
No. We just want to make sure you were okay with this. That's all.
Okay.
Are you doing O as well, Erica?
Let's do O, 10O.
Yes, so,
What's the address of this property?
so the two properties, one is 206 Claremont Avenue, the other is 111 Claremont Avenue. And back in June 2018, the council authorized the planning to do a preliminary investigation determining whether or not three properties should be deemed an area in need of redevelopment with the ability for condemnation. So we did a report, and the three properties, which also included 137 Myrtle Avenue, all three of those properties were declared to be in poor condition and met the criteria that's outlined on that form that was just copied for you. They met, I believe, A and D. On January 15th, 2019, the planning board adopted a resolution stating that the two properties, 206 Claremont and 111 Claremont Avenue, should be declared a condemnation area in need of redevelopment in accordance with the redevelopment law. And however, they did remove 137 Myrtle Avenue without prejudice from the area.
And that was in response to, actually a new owner has filed an application.
For 137 Myrtle Avenue, which was approved at the zoning board, a zoning board meeting in January 2019.
Okay, questions about this, folks? This is in, where, Ward F, too?
FMB, yeah.
FMB?
So then what then are the plans, because this is the first this has come to my attention for the property in B?
For these properties?
Yeah.
My understanding is, well, this obviously came from JCRA. It was my understanding that these properties were considered for redevelopment for a couple of years now. What the plans are exactly for these sites, I'm not aware of. I think that would have to be a discussion with JCRA.
I think it was Garden State Episcopal, I'm not sure.
So if we approve this, resolution, does that then set the process by which a redevelopment plan will be created for these sites?
Or scattered
Or is
sites?
there-
Most likely they would be added to the scatter site redevelopment plan, which just permits, in most cases, just permits the underlying zoning. So if the underlying zoning, I assume it is R1, that's what it would permit.
Okay, so it only permit R1. I guess the question that I have, have we, in the scattered site redevelopment plan, I guess, have we exercised the condemnation power before?
Yes.
Over the years, yes. I think when it was under the vacant buildings redevelopment plan, and that was kind of determined to be a misnomer because there was some properties. Well, the whole goal is to get them occupied. Yes, I believe.
Yes.
Yes.
This is
Not many, but there's been literally
There's
less.
precedent in the past, yeah.
It's a council president.
Yes.
This is also policy issue. City of Jersey, we keep doing that. We create a scatter site redevelopment plan. We shift to city asset, move to JCRA, and the JCRA, the board can decide to give to that precious land in Jersey City, designated development.
These are privately owned.
Yeah,
correct?
private owned, but
They're not
it's
city
a
owned.
condemnation, so we have power to City of Jersey. So once they move to JCRA, they can do whatever they want out of the city council control. You know, we keep ship that, so almost how many did we ship the land to the JCRA? Almost 180, 150 land. What we should do, City of Jersey City is a policy issue, not your issue, because I know that your pay grade cannot make those kind of decisions. We all know that. We city should be decide that sell the by auction, we will pay top dollars with condition you must have in develop in 2 years. Even the lot of land at the abandoned building in Jersey, we designate a scatter site as a redevelopment plan, as a condemnation. Still, they don't do nothing.
This is, these are privately owned, we can't sell these, right? So,
No, scale site condemnation, there is a, there. So we actually, there was such a things in Jersey City, abandoned building anymore. They have always, their owners is there. The owners are living at the property or not, their owners is there. See, that's why we put in the scale site readable plan, put in the condemnation powers, because you own the property, but if we don't do nothing, we, city is going to be exercise a condemnation law. That's why we put it in this one. But even though we do this since 2014, a lot of the scatter site in the JHRA didn't go nowhere. So which is better? That is the better, or City of Jersey City turn the public auction, let them sell with one condition, you must have
Councilman, we can't put it on public auction. It's not our property. We're not permitted to put it on public auction. It's privately owned property. We would have to take the property via eminent domain, which is the action that requires it to be cut into the
So in
redevelopment
order to
plan.
do the condemnation, we have to go to redevelopment plan?
Correct.
Okay, then we have to go redevelopment, good luck. Have to go, that's all. If they have to, we have to go. Yep.
And P as well?
Oh, that, yes, I'm covering.
Can I just ask,
yeah.
just to the previous one, that, would that also likely go into the scattered site? Because that is a uniquely a city-owned property.
Which one?
The previous
51
one,
Crescent.
51 Crescent.
Most likely, yeah.
You haven't made it that far.
Okay. Matt, you have two items, 3A and 3B.
Well, can I just start, I'm filling in for Lindsay.
Okay, 10 what? 10P, is it
Yeah.
Peter?
Yeah, that's to conduct a preliminary investigation of conditions on block 11401, lot 13, study area. What's the address there, Matt?
174 Newark Avenue. I think everyone would be more familiar with it as the parking lot that you can access from First Street.
Next to the Archer.
174 New York Avenue?
Yeah.
Department director?
For which department?
You sign this instead of acting director?
Acting is Jim, but
Why is Jim the acting director?
Jim
That's-
Madden?
It starts
Yes.
next week. Can you see the
When was it signed? She might have been.
2619. So just NEC was gone for a couple days, so we had an acting director in?
Yeah, I guess so. I don't. I'm not told when Jim's made acting.
Yeah.
Is there a lot of parts of the process by which department directors can nominate their subordinates to be acting directors?
Yes. There is a process, I'm not sure exactly what it is or where it applied in this particular case, so I can try to find out for you.
174. Sorry, I was just surprised I didn't realize that was a thing.
Okay.
This is just like what we've gone through for the other two resolutions. It is authorizing a study for the block 11401, lot 13, for determination as an area in need of redevelopment or rehabilitation.
This is a parking lot, municipal parking lot.
This is a municipal parking lot.
It is.
So question, you're gonna take the parking lot and develop it, is what you're saying?
Right.
Because-
I think the intent, though, would be to put back all the parking in any future development for the same purpose, which would be for public use.
Okay, because
Similar-
I was gonna say that, didn't we just switch that parking lot over to permit parking at night because the residents complained they didn't have any place to park? So I got a $110 ticket and I've been parking there for years, so I know that.
We didn't change the rules recently.
So the parking authority did unilaterally started changing the rules.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
We have reached out to the parking authority and they are.
After a certain time,
They
it's
are.
like
They
perfect.
They have the authority to do that?
No, I think they got confused as to what the rules were. So they were literally in overlapping the
But
evening
there
hours
are
and
two municipal lots in Ward B.
Correct.
There are only two
They were
lots.
overlapping hours, which we were clarifying. I guess there's signs coming in for that parking lot.
Okay,
To
yeah,
clarify this, so I'm aware of that.
And Jake had to set up a system by which you can contest that ticket. Pay by mail.
You didn't pay that, did you?
You should take
That's a
Councilman
separate
Sullivan
Did you contest it?
with you.
No, the ticket?
I mean,
This was wild.
James, are you okay?
I don't know.
No, really, because you know what?
Excuse me?
When you create this parking lot, one of the other guy to fight for this parking municipal space, and now you guys are gonna take away?
No. I think the full intention would be to put back 1 for 1 at the very least, all the parking.
The question I have is, so just from, my perspective, so to the council president's point
Focus.
before, it's the council's authority to push these.
Yes.
And I actually reached out to you planning about this specific site, in part to figure out why people were getting tickets on the rules, and all I got was like a 1-sentence response back being like, hey, we're thinking we might put this in redevelopment, and that's it. So I guess, like, what, if we were to pass this today, right, what would the, planning board studies, and what would you guys come back?
Well, I mean, it would be a determination on whether it's an area in need of redevelopment or rehabilitation. It wouldn't necessarily be like an economic development, like,
So you come back and you say this study, this would qualify as rehabilitation, wouldn't qualify as redevelopment. So if you come back and you say it's rehabilitation, are you gonna come back with a plan as well at that point? Or are you just gonna say it's rehabilitation, now you're back to the planning board and you come up with a plan?
So we could, in fact, that's how it has been done in the past, where a study has
I asked that not to be done in the past.
Yeah, it has come with a redevelopment plan, but yeah, from the council president, we actually got that requested to stop that practice.
Okay. So you would simply just come back and say, we've determined this is in need of rehabilitation.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
If that's the case, I'm fine with it moving forward, because I think as long as we maintain the parking, there's better use of just the service.
And remember,
I just want to make sure that there's
right. This process takes 3 votes by council to actually would enact and pull it from regular zoning.
Right. So I just want to make sure that we're communicating as this process moves forward. That's all.
The other, Councilman James?
Yeah.
When you say just parking, don't just use the word just parking.
Right.
You gotta use your parking for municipal parking.
Sure.
That years ago, I fight for the Jones, the municipal parking lot and the old theater. And there's some developer come in, I told them knock it down, the theater, build the municipal parking lot. They say yes, city gonna do it, JCRE jump in. They put in the eminent domain old property and they take it off. You know what they put it in? They build a high-rise building. They say, Michael, don't worry, we're gonna put the parking. Parking is not for the municipal rate, private rate. So nobody able to use it except the tenant up there. So we're gonna make sure that.
When was this?
State theater.
Yes.
A long time
we
ago.
talked about 20-some years ago.
A historic theater that you?
Caucus
State
to the
theater.
Lowe's.
It's
What's wrong with the
on
theater, was it?
SIP and where was it? SIP and something.
It's across the street from McDonald's.
And they told me that make me come down.
Years ago.
Oh, we're gonna put the parking. Yeah, what kind of parking? So make sure that this one, the parking that we create, whatever we have the park, but the parking must have a municipal rate parking. Clear?
This was also a theater, by the way.
Was it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Was it the theater?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I don't know. It was demolished for a parking lot.
Really?
It was once a theater.
And now it's Palace Drugs next to it.
And
It's interesting.
business administrator. Business administrator.
It is a
when
show.
they have JHRA, when they sell the land, the municipal lot, located from the what do they call it? Newark Avenue between Summit to Kennedy Boulevard.
Yes.
They say yes, we're gonna put in the parking by what's your name? The JHRA director was it?
Diana.
No.
Dave Donnelly.
David Donnelly said yes, we're gonna put in the parking, municipal parking rate. But now they talk about private parking rate. So I just want to explain department too. When whoever build up these things, they must have to provide municipal rate of parking.
We'll note it.
Keep an eye,
We'll
please.
we'll make sure
don't
that,
break the promise of what they promised to us. Because city council at the time, because they promised us the municipal parking rate parking, that's why we say okay.
Okay.
All right? Good. Thank you very much. Don't get mad.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so Councilman Solomon, you're okay with this?
I'm okay with it, yeah, I just want to make sure we're talking as it moves forward.
Let's still got
I just
time.
hate for it to, make sure when it comes back, we all
Yeah,
understand
we're not
where-
gonna show up
where
with
it's
a plan
at.
that's.
Yep.
Yeah, sure. That's all. Okay.
3A and 3B. All right.
3A and 3B, council members.
Starting at the top.
Yep.
Oh, what about Mr. Baker?
No, we still got more to do.
That's,
That was just a figure
we're
speech.
literally at the top of the agenda. 3A is an ordinance adopting amendments to the Colgate redevelopment plan regarding research, testing, laboratories, and permitted uses.
There's just one error that I gave a corrected version to on the ordinance sheet to Robert to fix. It's just in the first whereas clause. I just copied over the first clause, and I forgot to change the redevelopment plan that this is in reference to. However, the year is correct and the amended date is correct. So that's corrected. You should see that on Wednesday. Sorry about that. But other than that, this is a rather small amendment. It is just up.
I should say it's on Thursday. You said Wednesday. Our meeting
Yes.
is Thursday. Happy Valentine's Day to all of us.
Oh, right.
Bring hearts. Bring hearts. It's
Right.
Thursday.
That's right. I saw Terrence's tweet. Research/testing laboratory is just to be added to the list of permitted uses. And the list, or that the definition of that use is on page 3 of the attached document. It's quite extensive, but we believe that this is a good use to add to the office district downtown. Colgate redevelopment plan includes the remaining Colgate Palm Olive building on Green Street, as well as Goldman Sachs and some other office buildings. So we believe that this is a good use. It was petitioned by, I believe, the leasing agent or the property owner for the Colgate building, and city planning did not see this as a detrimental use to add to office district.
This is your word?
Yeah, do you know if the research testing is?
I think there's some representatives.
Who's your client on this, John?
Oh, sorry?
Say, who's your client on this?
My client testing? What?
Who's your client?
Client, oh, sorry. It's the SJP properties own the building, so it's specifically we're looking at 95 Green Street. That's the old Colgate building. And the idea is to have research and development. So that laboratories in connection with the office space. So right now you couldn't have that. So
who are you bringing in?
Who are you bringing in? What kind of work are they doing?
Well, they're marketing it now in hopes that this is approved, but I don't think they have any tenants right now.
Yeah.
It's not permitted use. So
Sure. I think they have a unique building. It's an adaptive reuse of a factory building. So they had extra ceiling height that is more akin, or it can be moved towards a use like this, which requires like cold rooms for this type of work, and requires a lot like a back of house kind of work.
Part of what precipitated this was that there's a lot of empty space in that building. One of the major tenants left years ago. So it's been vacant. So the office space, the office market is not taking that space. It's not. I don't think in this market it's probably not type A space. They looked at other conversions, possibly a residential conversion. But you're dealing with existing structure there. That didn't really work. And then they've been getting inquiries about the R&D kind of the side, the STEM kind of businesses down here. They think it's that it's a market that they really can hit because of its location, right? We're downtown. We've got the market here. We got the talent pool.
You said clothing coming to Jersey City?
Clothing? No.
Isn't that the building that they wanted to give to the city of Jersey City for police headquarters? And a lot of the administration, about 25 years ago, Colgate's moved out.
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure that it is. They want to give it to us for $1, and the city turned it down.
Oh. No, Chuck is young prematurely, right?
Okay. Any other questions, Councilman? No? Anyone else? No? All right, 3B.
They know when they find the tenant. Yes.
3B is an ordinance adopting amendments to the Jersey Avenue Light Rail redevelopment plan to implement the St. Lucie overlay bonus.
All right, I'm going to venture to guess that a lot of you are aware of this, this amendment. So this is an amendment that includes numerous community benefits, one being the continuation of the Catholic Charities homeless shelter, which would be slightly expanding the number of beds they have and making them permanent to 150, at least 5 units of transitional housing, at least 15 units of supportive housing, and also their back of house administrative offices and counseling services provide those services, as well as the redevelopment of the St. Lucie's Roman Catholic complex. There'll be portions of it retained, some of the character defining features, and also there will be 12 units or 3% of the total units, whichever is greater, to be affordable housing on that site across the street in the mostly market rate, the proposed market rate building site. Yes.
So can I ask, so not the...
If I may, Councilman, just defer to Councilman Solomon, it's his word. And
I mean, I've talked about this project at length, so I'm happy to answer questions and explain, but yeah, you should go ahead.
But I'd like to more
Go ahead,
ask the business administrator.
Yeah.
When I read this one, they were very interesting. They have like 4 different housing. One is a transitional housing. The other one is what are they called? Supportive housing, homeless shelter housing, and affordable housing. Can you explain the difference of the traditional housing, supportive housing, all those things? Can you explain to us more likely?
transient housing is the other one.
Yeah?
Transient.
Yeah, transitional housing.
No, there's transitional, supportive,
Yeah.
transient housing.
Yeah, so can you explain to me more of those kind of houses? How
So yeah, so compare it to regular affordable housing, which is typically permanent housing. The transitional affordable housing we typically think about as permanent housing for people with lower incomes. Transitional is sort of semi-permanent, where it's like you're there for a short period of time, a few weeks to a few months to maybe a couple of years, and it's one of the steps towards permanent housing. Transitional housing is not typically the best practice or the model. It's sort of, there's not really a lot of like funding for it either. It's sort of, you know, if you're going to do it, you should do permanent housing. Supportive housing is an interesting model because it provides the social services that go along with helping people with the things that they need to make sure they can live sufficiently and independently in that affordable housing. So it could be, you know, like addiction services. It could be other types of things that they'll do. Better services for veterans if you're doing like veteran affordable housing, that sort of stuff.
So those kind of things are more like person has a certain medical issues and so on. So
yeah.
So it's probably like a group home. So what is it?
It could be. I mean, it depends. The models vary. You know, like so the New York has a couple of, for example, New York City has a couple of different types of this where, you know, it's sort of like a scattered site model where there's many sites all over the city, and you could have like one vendor coming to all the sites, so you could do it in a single place where if you live in this one site, then you get certain services, certain access to certain services. So yeah, there's a couple different ways to do it.
So what is the benefit to have like the 3 different style of the housing in this project?
I can join into that.
Yeah, sure.
So I mean, I think basically their initial thought process was they're trying to replicate the services they're providing in the area. So they have the night shelter, and they want to expand the beds because unfortunately the homeless population is increasing.
So how many beds are currently?
So it's like 120, and they're going to go up to 150 based on configuration. But I should add that the 120 are in an old school. It's an old Catholic school, so it's not configured at all the way you would want a shelter to be configured. So they want to move it across the street and actually build the way you know configure. So that's the first thing. The transitional housing, they have a few other programs there that replicates the services they currently provide. So they have like 6 homes there that they're going to recreate. They have I think an AIDS HIV homeless program. So that's where they started, where they're just kind of recreating what they had in a new building, in a new structure that was much nicer. In negotiations with them, both with the administration and myself, we asked them to include permanent supportive housing, because as Brian was saying, that's kind of considered the best practice for how to treat people who are dealing with homelessness, that if you give them housing and services that are permanent.
Supportive housing.
So exactly, so it's, you know, they may be homeless for any number of different reasons, and the supportive housing allows, assuming there's a service provider, a set of services to help them. So that's how you ended up with this concept of like 3 different types of housing, all in the same shelter, but the services will be provided by Catholic Charities, who operate St. Lucy's now.
I'm very impressed, because when I see that, you know, and also they have like a affordable housing, permanent affordable housing is available. Okay.
Is Catholic Charities already in the business of supportive housing? And
My understanding is they are. I can confirm with them, but my understanding is they are.
Does anyone else have questions? Because I have a ton.
You should. It's a big project.
And actually, I'm going to, in the interest of time, I'm going to kind of tick off some of the questions, and maybe I can just talk to you offline.
Yeah,
and
it's also first
Matt,
reading, so we
it's
have-
first reading.
Right.
So, does the developer have an RDA? That would be the first thing. And, we can talk about it later. It's not.
Okay.
What was the planning board vote?
Do you want to? Yes. Okay.
What's that?
It was
Yeah,
unanimous.
the zoning is predicated on them entering into an RDA, otherwise the bonus does not apply.
I'm sorry?
So there's no current RDA?
Yeah, the RDA, an RDA has to be finalized before the bonus is applicable to any future development.
So on the multiple parcels, the St. Lucie parcel and then what they call the other parcel, they refer to it as the public benefit parcel.
Yes.
What can be developed there today without, if these things are not currently enacted?
So unfortunately I did not bring that information with me, I apologize there, but the building coverage is a lot smaller, it's probably around maybe 70%, I'm just going to be guessing at this point. I believe the stories is around 7 or 8 stories, and the density is rather small. I think it's about 60 units per acre or 70 units per acre. If I had to guess.
It was roughly, as of right, they could have built roughly 60 units. Give or take.
On both parcels?
No, I think just
on the larger,
just on the
to
large
St.
parcel
Lucie.
with the
On the St. Lucie parcel?
Yeah.
But we don't know exactly with the...
I
public
do, I
benefit.
just don't have it with me, I apologize.
That's okay.
So which
We'll get it.
construction first? That
Shelter first.
The public benefit
shelters
parcel.
or a private parcel? Which one to go first?
The RDA says public benefit.
They have
Oh,
Public benefit first?
so the homeless services and any other services they provide in the school facility or the homeless shelter facility cannot cease until the new shelter and all the other services it houses is fully operational.
Okay.
A couple of requests. There's references for transitional housing, supportive housing, kind of state definitions. Can we get that information? Okay. A map of the redevelopment area.
Sure.
If I could get that in color, that'd be great.
Color? Yep.
You said that the shelters will be operated by the Catholic Community Services?
Catholic
Charities. Catholic Charities. Is Historic Commission already reviewed these amendments?
I'm sorry, say that again?
There are provisions here about the Historic Commission being involved in the
Yes.
approval process. Are they already aware of these?
Yeah,
amendments?
yes, staff has worked with Maggie O'Neill primarily with regards to these amendments, so yeah, they are
Historic
aware.
Preservation Officer?
Yeah, she's Historic
But is
Preservation
the commission familiar with these changes, or?
I don't believe so, no.
It is not
I
going to
mean,
be voted before the commission. Their intention was to bring it to vote before the commission
Yeah.
after it was approved at the council level.
Yeah.
Now, I can't speak if the commissioners are before me.
so this isn't a landmark site. It's not that locally landmarked, and it's not an historic district, so the HPC didn't really have jurisdiction to kind of look at this, but in working with the Historic Preservation Officer, we believe that we're putting our best foot forward as far as preserving and retaining this.
So it's my understanding there won't be Do you anticipate kind of CDBG or any other sort of funding, or are they going to build this stuff without kind of any subsidies? And
I don't know. I believe that the zoning that's on the St. Lucy's parcel is part of the valuation to build the two projects together. So there was an NW financial report that's attached and enclosed here. They made some recommendation or conclusions.
Yep.
So I believe that the zoning is what would offset and allow for the developer to provide those community benefits.
so, in past conversations with the council, there's been talk of like when HUD money is involved in any sort of affordable housing development, that it doesn't allow us to restrict who the tenants would be in these properties. We'd have to open it up beyond kind of Jersey City residents. If this is something where there's no kind of subsidies from federal government or other agencies, we could make this literally like Jersey City only, right?
No, because if we belong to federal grant.
I'm saying if there is none.
Yeah, if it's none.
There's none. This is all being incentivized by the bonus and the.
Yeah.
And so
you mean with regards to the 12 units?
To the 12 units and.
Or the 3%, whichever is greater.
Correct. And then I'm not sure
I
how the
don't
supportive
know if
housing
I have
works.
that information.
But,
and I don't see anyone here.
I just think we should explore that and see if we can restrict those.
We've been in all these meetings together. Carmen's in every meeting talking
Yeah.
about some funds.
Going into this project?
And that's the AIDS project. I'm
Hopwa.
assuming we get like Hopwa funding.
Well, that's across the street.
Yeah.
The 12 units in.
I don't know.
Monterey development.
I don't know.
Is that something the law department
Yeah.
can answer, or?
I don't know.
Is that?
Well, it depending on whatever the funding source requirements were, so.
I mean, it might be a question for, community development, but also the developer.
Start a conversation on that.
Yeah. Every grant has certain stipulations to it, depending on where it's coming from and what the requirements are. So everyone's a little bit different. So it would depend upon the specific grant that we'd be applying for or accepting that would create those stipulations.
If there is one, I think is the question.
And if there is none, obviously, then there's none, so.
Okay.
They're not even asking the tax abatement. Great.
So, under, which is under the, bullet number 12, I guess, 12A, 12B, start by saying the affordable housing provided on site towards the bottom of the page shall be compliant with City Ordinance Chapter 188. If I could get a copy of Chapter 188 that governs the development of affordable housing.
Sure.
And then it talks about an affordable housing agreement shall be signed by the redeveloper. Is that agreement subject to council approval, or is this a...
I'm sorry, which one are we looking at now?
that same paragraph about Chapter 188? It says an affordable housing agreement shall be signed by the redeveloper, city's business administrator, and corporation
I
council.
think that's an extension of Chapter 188 and how that's effectuated, but I'll verify that.
My question is this agreement subject to council approval? Will the council be voting on that agreement? I'll need the law department to chime in.
We'll take a look at that. The way I think I'm reading this is the financial agreements are usually attached to abatements where the ordinance is passed and the financial agreement is executed.
Well, there's no tax abatement.
Exactly, but I'm not sure what Chapter 188 is specifically referring to. It's obviously a big chapter of what we do here, so I'll take a look at it.
Who is maintaining compliance on these affordable units?
That is what Chapter 188 speaks to.
Yeah, so who is it
Office
currently?
of Tax Abatement and Compliance.
They are designated? I know we
That's who is by city ordinance who's enforcement.
Okay.
Well, it depends upon how the, one of the issues right now is it depends on how the affordable housing is created. If it's created by a abatement with a financial agreement and a PICA, then it does wind up with the compliance office. But if it's through zoning, it may not wind up through the compliance office. So there could be different city agencies that are responsible for monitoring the affordable housing requirement, depending on how it's created.
So I'd like clarity about that, who's gonna be able to monitor that compliance, monitor compliance on that. And then if it should be our tax abatement compliance officer, if it's us, then I'd like to get to the BA, a report on how we're doing with our compliance currently, to the BA.
Yeah, what's up?
With regard to compliance on the affordable housing requirements for these developers who have obligations and all this stuff. If it's the tax abatement compliance unit, even though this is not a tax abated project, I believe we designated them to oversee these things, I'm not sure. Chapter 188 presumably described that. I didn't read Chapter 188, but if we can look at that, and also if whoever's doing compliance currently, I'd like to get a report as to where we are with compliance with current affordable housing units throughout the city, whether they be through tax abatements, whether they be through zoning, et cetera, and whether we're monitoring those things. And I think I know the answer to that already, but I just want to know if there are any current reports on that.
All right, can we go on?
So there's parking lot on this?
Excuse me?
Are we required to have a parking lot, off-site parking? Is that?
There's parking that will be included in both of these developments, yes.
Anyone else have questions?
No.
Let's get on with the show.
I'll just say two quick things. One is, on my end, I just want to follow up a little bit more with Catholic Charities on the commitment to the permanent support of affordable housing. I just want to clarify that they're on board, because to me that's the key, one of the key community benefits out of it. So that's just something I'm going to be doing the next couple of days.
So these fiscal analyses and of the project, I just need NW Financial meeting with them, Marlene, if we can, or anyone else from the council who may want to. I need to figure out how these numbers were figured out and what I'm reading here. I don't understand it myself.
I know that might be a little bit different from some of the other ones that you sent.
Yeah,
I'm not exactly sure why they gave it to me in that format.
Okay. If they have another format, I'll take that instead.
They did. I've been attaching some more like memo formats. I'm not sure if that is easier for digesting or not.
Than the PowerPoint.
Robert?
Yeah.
What's up?
No.
Oh, my last thing, just on this, is the very last page, the project comparison. So these are all downtown developments as a project comparison. I'd like to see the comparisons with, we've done a number of things in Morris Canal and other things in other parts of the city, and see how it compares with developments in those areas. That's with regard to number of units, upzoning and revenue and expenses, and what their yields are across the board and that stuff. That's all I have.
So, I'm sorry, you want me to reach out to NW or?
Whoever needs to reach out to them, it's,
Okay.
I can get that information. Yeah.
You want a meeting or just
I also want a meeting with them to discuss all that stuff. That's all I have. Yeah. Anyone else? Okay. And I have nothing else. Thank you, Matt.
All right.
Matt, get me that information, please.
Yes.
Yep. But, Stacy, you want to step up here? And then Bob, I'm sorry.
Guys, been here all night.
So I have an
Z8.
addition to, yeah.
Z8 and Z13.
And then a walk on that we discussed. And you can take one and pass it down. And this is the original for Robert, and they're passing down.
Okay, you want to start with Z8 or where do you want to start?
ZA.
Z8 is the, go ahead, Robert.
Yeah.
Authorizing retroactive extension of the agreement with the Center for Court Innovation. This was on a prior agenda.
Yes.
And it didn't go because there was a
issue with the
money
account.
with the encumbrancy.
Yeah. So we edited that. We received a draft. It's not like exactly what we want it to be. We want it to be more of a white paper, so we had a call. No, that's the presentation that they made at the last meeting.
Okay.
And
The last meeting of what?
we hosted a data symposium in November.
Okay.
And that was what they presented, and then they came back and gave us sort of an idea of what it would cost to implement a cure violence project. And we felt like it was incongruent to some of the work that we're already doing, so we asked them to take a look at like the new AG task force work that Keith and Lucy work on, so that some of the work that they have labeled, we are already doing, and to give us like improved recommendations based on that.
Okay. Council members, questions on this?
Which one? Just one.
Z8. So, can we get do we have the report? Did we get a draft?
I have a draft. I feel uncomfortable sharing it because all of the interviews were supposed to be private, confidential, and they sort of highlighted and quoted people, and I sort of said like that's not a white paper, and we've asked them to remove those names and provide a more robust qualitative analysis with the interviews that they did.
No. So let me ask this one. This is, we took as 10ZA, right?
8, yes.
Yes. Anybody review their billing? If we see that they've sent the billing, it's going to be laughing on it. This company, they're located in New York City, and when you see that Dunkin' Donuts from the Newark, and they charge to us $799.25. I mean, most of the money they spend, Newark and the Massachusetts.
So they're based in Newark, the Center for Court Innovation, and
Yeah.
the Center for Court Innovation is a project that stems out of the fund for the city of New York. When we reached out to Cure Violence, the national program that's based in Chicago, they said the people that do this research that can help with the needs assessment and recommendations are based in Newark, and that is why we went down that road.
So the people go to Newark instead of they come to us?
They come to us.
They come to us, right? But, and also, if we see that they're like purchasing the stationery, I mean, what is this? I just scratch my head.
It's the cost of doing business. So I think you heard, some of the other contractors earlier. It's a 9-month contract with, a team of master's and PhD level researchers, and
So the work is done.
the work is
It says December 31, 2018.
Yeah,
We're
so
done.
we have the work, and I've asked them to remove the names.
Okay.
And
So that's it. That's all needs to be done.
Yeah.
It's done.
So this is just to pay the
Done.
bill.
It's just to pay the bill. When we originally went into this contract, it was November of 2017. There was like an issue in the law department around ownership of this, and they didn't get started until later than planned. Then, we went through 2018, and we tried to move some money, and that money didn't move, which is why it was pulled off the last agenda.
Can I go home? There's that.
They moved the money into the right account, and we just want to pay the bill.
So I want to, this is an administrative issue, I guess, but can we retroactively extend the contract or this agreement with them?
No, we don't.
No, this is what the
Why not just
law-
do this as a
is what
claim?
was recommended by the law department. It's basically a claim
Yeah, why not just do it as a claim?
So, claims are usually done, things that have not had a contract in the past. This is ratifying the extension of the contract in order to pay.
So it's
the
like a
bill.
no-cost
You had a contract, the time frame lapsed, there's the bill outstanding, and then this is the mechanism to do it. There are two ways of accomplishing the same thing, but a ratification of the contract that's described here, that our attorney signed off on, is a mechanism to do that.
So they spent the $139,000 to hire the consulting company and provide
We like
us.
them to present
Yeah.
to you, we just, obviously, these meetings
We need
go
a
on
copy,
really long, so I'm trying to find
Stacy,
it.
Director, simple. We need a copy of their report.
You'll get it.
Yes, okay? That's what we need. So we can see that this council members can examine the report and make sure that it's worth $140,000 that the report.
Well, we went into a contract and they executed on the contract. And I've asked them to make some edits. And that is why it's not here right now. In fact, I was away last week, so I couldn't really get on the phone. But I spoke to them today, and they're gonna, I don't think an appropriate research paper has quotes in it. So I want them removed, and I want it to be kind of
We just
restyled as a white paper.
We just want to make sure they provide the service of what we expect.
They have, and I mean, actually, there are people in the room that have been interviewed. And, you know, they do a significant amount of stakeholder interviews across the city. And we, you know.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, next item, 10Z13.
Yes.
Contract to Brave Shift LLC for leadership coaching and team development training services for HHS.
Yes, so part of the Kresge grant that we received late in September of last year is a one-year grant that started in January. And it's to shift the work of the department into a chief public health strategist role. The interest of the Kresge grant is to focus on wards A and wards F, looking at violence as a health issue and overall mental health. This dovetails with a series of other grants that we've presented to you. And part of Kresge is really all about the strategic planning process. So we did an RFP, informal RFP because it came in under $40,000. We selected Brave Shift. We've sent all of the paperwork to purchasing, and we hope to get started March 22nd, and we'll have a more comprehensive plan, which obviously the data from CCI marries this work as we move forward and dovetails with the data across all sectors of health, mentorship, and Kickstarter grants, along with the mental health first aid money from SAMHSA. So like our vision is like really focused on the key health issues that people have been talking about and the trends and what we've seen through the community health needs assessment that we work on with the Medical Center.
Questions, Councilor? Who is this? Just summarize it for me really succinctly, a couple of sentences. Like why are we doing this contract and what's?
Because Kresge gives us $125,000 for strategic planning and professional development of staff. The goal, as part of the Emerging Public Health Leadership Program, is to develop a team, which is Linda Ivory Green and I, our Director of Community Health and Wellness, to take the organization down a more strategic road. And so it'll allow us to align better our work, justify the work, look at the outcomes, and give you a more comprehensive goal setting for the health side of our work. So this marries with Vision Zero. This allows us to look at the chaplain program in a better way. This allows us to really be more strategic.
What is the outcome after this?
A strategic plan with an implementation for 2020.
Strategic plan.
And we hope to present that to you in September so that we can budget accordingly.
strategic plan to what end? So
To-
like, so
to
like
be
Vision
more-
Zero is eliminating all traffic
So this
fatalities
is-
by
Yeah,
2026,
so this
right?
is
So-
to reduce violence and improve mental health in wards A and wards F, where we have the highest instances of violence and ward C has other issues, so.
Reduce violence and improve mental health?
Yeah.
In where?
So the previous study that we were discussing doesn't take into account mental.
The previous study, based on people's feedback, it comes through the conversation, but it's literally a needs assessment.
It is.
So now that we've done a needs assessment,
You're talking about
we
what
know
I
what the
forget?
issues are, right? So now we have someone that can take the team, all of the division directors, and the community health and wellness team, and use that data to better inform
Bless
the
you,
way
bless
we
you.
work, bless you. So we're
Thursday.
working, a portion of the grant goes to the data team and innovation, we're working with the data team and innovation. A portion of the money goes to train staff up on cure violence. And so it'll pay for them to go to cure violence workshops. I think Marianne is going to a mental health workshop next month. So to really look at like what we don't do, everybody calls the health department with a lot of assumptions of what we do, and in reality, we don't do a lot of mental health work, but we get phone calls about them all the time, which is why we started a chaplain program, and we train chaplains that will show up after the PS 37 incident. We had a group of chaplains show up to work with the kids, right?
Yeah, I know, let's go. So, I don't want to belabor the point, because folks are tired, it's time to go.
All of it's in the Kresge proposal, and you received that when we passed the Kresge grant. I will resend that to you.
I got it. But let me ask this, so the goal is to reduce violence, come up with a plan for that, and this is going to may sound terrible coming out of my mouth, I'm not sure. We're hiring these folks from Rhode Island to talk about.
So they are originally from New York.
Let me finish my comment. Right? We're hiring these consultants from Rhode Island to help us, train us to reduce violence in
They're not training us to do that.
To create a strategic plan to reduce violence here in Jersey City in an urban community. Like, what kind of credentials or background do these folks have that they would be able to effectuate that kind of planning, I guess?
Yeah, Daniel Duchette has worked with us in the past. He just moved to Rhode Island. He was the COO of Engender Health, an international public health nonprofit that works with DV and other general utilization programs. So he's very aware of public health interface with violence. He worked with us 3 years ago when we did some training of our division directors, when we shifted and did an organizational reorg. And when we reached out to get someone that somewhat knew our team and knew the struggle of government, the other people that came to us would offer a piece of what we wanted. And this one was the most comprehensive and the lowest.
But Council President, you just asked exactly what I'll ask her.
I asked what you were going to ask?
Yeah, I tried to ask you. You just same question, but thankfully you asked.
Sure.
So, Director, what's the process for partnering with the community and organizations?
Well, that's part of the strategic planning process. So for us, maybe that means after we go through this process, we review grant proposals like we do with Healthier JC. Instead of, your friends on Grand Street, So really having a process, Healthier JC is a team, right, from 5 different groups through the Robert Wood Johnson process. We have someone from the Parks Coalition, someone from housing, someone from the medical center, someone from NJCU, and someone from my staff that reviewed the grant proposals that came in when we gave out the last round of money. On March 1st, we'll give out another round of money. Safety is a part of that, but these are mini grants. So they're not really comprehensive. So what we would like to see coming out of the strategic plan, right, is maybe there's a bigger amount of money and that the people in the community that are already doing the work have outcomes for that work, are going to be better suited to do that work than hiring someone at the government to try to do that work, because they're credible messengers, they know the community, and there's already like a makeshift model where we are funding several different groups through the Municipal Drug Alliance, because that is a part of prevention. So when we had some money open, we were able to transition that money. So we fund Haven. We have, in the past year, funded the Jersey City Anti-Violence Coalition movement. We funded Women Rising. We funded a series of supportive housing where women have been in violent situations. We've done the body, mind, spirit work, and those funds were not a lot. And so hopefully we can come to you with a plan after this process of like, how do we, maybe we don't need an additional staff in X, and instead we give the money to the community, like any other RFP process.
The councilman from Ward D just suggested that, you know, most of the money in programs come out of Ward A and F. Right, Councilman?
Well, actually, Wards A and Wards F have the highest instances of violence, so if we're going to comprehensively work across the city, we want to have some target areas as the priority for this grant. Grant's $125,000. That doesn't mean all the other wards won't be addressed. The strategic planning is going to help us focus deep, but there'll be broad strokes, and you know quite well all of the work we do at the Commerce Center and the opportunity which could bring upon, you know, looking at these senior centers as more comprehensive human service centers in the community, so that after 4 o'clock they could be better utilized by the groups that are doing this work. The SAMHSA grant is 3,000 people across the city that we're going to train, and a majority of them will be police, fire, the EMS, the schools, all the teachers, and nonprofit leaders. We've already done our first train the trainer, and we've done, once a month we do more training to get more people to have the mental health first aid certification, so that they're more prepared when they're doing this work in the community.
The issue is a citywide issue, actually.
Yeah, it is a citywide issue. But when you have a little bit of money, you have to focus on where it's the worst. So in Ward D, we'll focus on some other things. In Ward C, we focus on lead, right? Because that's the worst.
Okay, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you,
There's
Stacey.
a walk-on.
Yeah, Bob Baker.
Well, there's a walk-on that I just gave you.
It's
This
a
is,
resolution authorizing the renewal of a memorandum of understanding with Family Health Initiatives to implement healthy lifestyle programming at the local level.
so we won an award through Shaping NJ last year. It's a 2-year, $20,000 award. It's bifurcated between the Division of Senior Affairs and the Division of Food and Nutrition. So each division gets $5,000 each year for 2 years to sort of increase some capacity. Both of those divisions are truly funded out of grants. Majority of the funding is grant funded, so there's not a lot of wiggle room for food and nutrition. So most of the work we're doing in the Healthy Corner stores all comes from the grant dollars. And the work we do with seniors to get them more activated. I sent you via email, because it was a lot to print, the 6 blogs that were part of the grant requirement of what we did over the last year. The funding was used for basic incentives, so like for the walking programs and seniors, for the activation, we bought pedometers. With the Healthy Corner Store efforts, which, you know, we played a really big part in the statewide Healthy Food Financing Initiative to push that. we were an example city, and so we see like more money coming down the pipe to do some real significant work and turning over some of the local bodegas.
Let's take some questions. Any questions?
No.
Nope. Thank you, Stacy.
That's going to be 10Z31.
Bob, sorry, you're last.
Save the best.
Definitely the best for last. Bob Baker has 10Z1 through 10Z6.
10Z first.
10Z.
And then 1 through 6.
Okay.
No questions.
All right, 10Z to 10Z6.
These are all our annual infrastructure that you see every year. One of the things I do want to note with my vendors when I do work with them, that the pricing on these have not changed since 2012. The first one is the support of the Avaya phone system. Avaya phone system is throughout public safety, 43 locations. It's the maintenance, support, and programming.
Okay, any questions on this? None?
Just quickly,
Go ahead.
for the the systems are proprietary?
Yes.
So are they designed specifically for, JCPD and public safety? So they couldn't be moved to another?
Not out of, the way it is right now, program, no servers, it's strictly public safety, because this system is also tied into the 911.
Folks, can you take it outside?
And I guess that was going to be that you couldn't hire you couldn't have whatever.
Cisco.
IBM, Cisco come in and operate these.
I would love to.
Right.
But I inherited this and it's so entrenched.
Right.
It would cost so much money to
switch. Okay. And so is there any sort of thought or long term around sort of, switching to a new system that's less proprietary, or are we just right now, this is the system we have, this is what we're doing?
Well, proprietary, I think we would go to a Cisco system. And Cisco, I think by far is one of the best phone systems that's out there.
Yeah.
Is a lot of these companies run stuff like this, they will only work with a certified technician. So if I went to Cisco, I would have to have a staff member go out to their technical training and actually become certified so that they would deal with us. And I find this, when I went down to that building, I found that, we are so entrenched in dealing with a lot of the vendors that, unless you have that specific training, you're a third-party vendor, you can't, you can't change. There's many of these that I would love to just have in-house staff.
Right.
But it's just that now I have to spend money to send people to Colorado, to California, and then every year the certifications come across. Just like I do for, and Bernard that does for the city, we have to maintain so many certifications just for the IT alone.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
Council
there
President.
was a lot going on, so Councilman Sullivan might have asked my question, but I noticed that, based on his response, he might have asked it, that all of the resolutions are without public bid, right? And you're saying that because they're very specific systems?
Yeah, and
Okay.
right, and they're specifically designed systems.
Okay.
For.
We're stuck. Held hostage.
10Z1, again, is, this is for the actual
you
Avaya system and the Travel 911, which is 100% proprietary. This is, of course, everyone calling for emergencies or just, admin lines.
Swift 911?
Yeah, the consultants who are studying the privatization.
That's a good question. I don't think we ever got a report of this.
What's that?
Sorry, you should finish. I don't want to derail you. Sorry.
Yeah, let's
Go.
finish.
No, we haven't, because I asked about it recently, yeah.
Keep going, Bob. Sorry. I don't want to derail you.
Z2?
Second one is, Z2 is GTBM, Gold Type Business Machines. Again, this is the Zetron system, which the fire department uses to announce fires in the fire stations. If you watch Chicago PD and Chicago Fire, and you hear that alarm go off and it's talking to them, that's exactly what this is. This is also the NCIC 2000, which is the system that's used through the state police and all for warrants and running plates.
Okay, next item.
Z3
is also gold type, and that's for maintenance of the existing InfoCop server software.
InfoCop is a proprietary system that was designed that when police officers call on the radio and they ask for a plate to be run, or they ask for a driver's license or an ID of a person, this is the system that's used to check to see if there's warrants for the individuals.
Okay.
Z4, that's gold type again for the IP mobile net, mobile data, ALPR system.
Yes, this is all the radio cars and now all our fire apparatus. We installed mobile data devices in each and every one of them. So where the police, of course, has it to use to look for, police issues, fire also has it that they put their CAD system on it. So as an apparatus is rolling up to a house, they see, the response, who was called, who's on, and this is all done over the air. And being that's done over the air, it has to be encrypted. We're not allowed that someone can take the signal and, look at the confidential information stuff's being sent. Also, that, as you heard with Marty, we also have our own AVL system. So we know where our radio cars are, we know where fire apparatus is, all through that GPS thing also, which is run through this particular contract.
Z5 is Let's Think Wireless for computers, hardware and software. Again, company we've been doing business with forever.
Yes, they are now one of the #1 companies in the nation for microwave and wireless. And of course, because we're public safety, we have different levels of redundancy for our network. So, per se, should Verizon fail, it switches to this microwave from building to building. If the microwave switches, it goes to another internet source. So we have 3 different levels, so we will not lose that internet. We lose the internet in public safety. Remember, you're not just losing your email, and stuff. We're dealing life safety. What officers are using, fire department is using, and people calling into that 911, which still goes over to the internet. And there are times when we work too, where we support each other too. We also allowed a few times for when the city's making moves and whatnot, we could put the city on this network as well temporarily.
Okay. Are we done?
Z6.
And that's Network Management Solutions for maintenance and support services.
Network Management Solutions provides me with a network engineer. I've looked, Councilman, as you've said too, to bring someone in, and I know from already looking at it, it's going to cost me $120,000 for just one person alone. That's worth anything. And then there's all the certifications and the training. For this amount of money, I not only get one network IT person, I have 5 days a week, right, 24/7. There is 110 support. And with 2,300 users in public safety, I can show you right now on my phone all of the calls that are going on right now for different computer issues and network issues that are handled. Nothing in my department goes longer than 2 hours. And that's something I've demanded. If you call and you need a repair, your computer blows up, whatever it is, if it's not fixed within 2 hours, they hear my fury. It's a well-run machine.
That's it? Sorry. All done? Thank you, Bob.
Can we take it from the top?
Take it from the top. Let's go.
Oh, thank God.
Thanks.
We did 3A and B. C is an ordinance amending the fees chapter to remove the fee requirement for public defender applications. Good job, Brian. D.
Just for the defendant, so the fee is $200. The city only makes like $10,000 a year off this, and a lot of the people who need these services are paying the $200 overtime, that's gonna only pay $5. And
Okay.
so it's really just, this is a show of good faith to those that need these services.
Good job. Can I just add, just make sure somebody implements this, like, just for job.
Yeah.
Happen by chance.
Sure.
Okay, D is ratifying the execution of an acceptance from Park Avenue Landing of a deed of easements for roadway purposes and a temporary construction easement, and the execution and acceptance from Liberty Harbor Holding of a deed of temporary construction easement in connection with the construction of a new roadway connecting Jersey Avenue and Phillip Street.
This is actually being withdrawn. We had feedback from the, we had feedback from some of the property owners today, looking to make changes to the easements. We'll get this back next time, I'm sure. Hopefully we'll fully execute all the, I also noticed that the exhibits weren't included in your packets. I'll make sure you have everything next time. By way, this is for the Jersey Avenue Bridge, both the construction easement as well as a permanent easement for the road itself. So both will hopefully be on for your agenda next time. I apologize for the confusion.
Okay, we're going to have a public hearing on the 2019 Jackson Hill Main Street Special Improvement District Budget and Assessment Roll.
So that one is actually the last council meeting.
Excuse me?
Last council meeting, I do have concerns with Robinson. If you see their budget.
Around the $30,000?
Yes, they hire, the grant writers pay $30,000 in budget, but they limit their revenue for grant with $25,000. It looks terrible. So she says she's going to adjust it, but when I see the paper, nothing changes. So speak with her, change it. So nobody going to spend the $30,000 to get the $25,000 grant, right? That's what they need.
Fortunately, we only have 2 second reading ordinances.
What do you mean? So fortunately, right?
I said fortunately.
Great.
Get mental health. Okay, that'll be only 3 trips to the lab.
Just keep talking to the table.
Me?
We do.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
so we want to put back on, it's 11H.
11H.
11H, it's an ordinance authorizing lease agreement for parking at Exchange Place for the remaining city employees that are at 30 Montgomery Street.
Sure.
We discussed this, and I thought we had passed this already, but I can't.
No
such thing as a
we tabled it because we wanted to explore the commuter parking.
On Columbus, and
Yeah.
I thought we discussed this, but we looked at the numbers, and we only need it for 2 more months, and there aren't enough spots on Columbus, so I'm just gonna.
Okay. Thank you both.
All right, so
only 2 months, right?
Resolutions?
I'm not sure if it's gonna be 2 or 3.
Let's go on.
Let me just ask, I'm sorry, on second readings,
Yeah.
who's going to run this whole,
11H.
So, 11H, yes.
On the table.
For 4B, we are in the final stages of preparing a design and a management plan for this property. There's some work that we have to do on the city side. We are working with the Jackson Hill Main Street SID to manage the thing. There's some.
who's working?
Wait, one more time?
This is 4B, this is the
4B.
ordinance.
So this is an ordinance transferring property across the street from the City Hall Annex next to Dunkin' Donuts from the JCRA to the city. The city's going to perform some work on the site. It's gonna be a fenced-in area with a pop-up market, right, with shipping containers, temporary storefronts, food trucks, and it's a little public area. The city's gonna handle all that work. We're working with Jackson Hill. They will. We're trying to find a way for them to be the managers of the site. They can then sort of dictate what local vendors can sell out of those storefronts, and also make sure that there's different types of food options there for city employees and people who are in the neighborhood, just as a way to like bring some.
It's like a food desert.
Yeah, it's a food desert, and a lot of the employees there have nowhere to go except McDonald's, really.
You know what I found? We just make sure the record is straight. Because when I look at it, Jersey City is a food desert, but keep saying that food desert in Jersey City, but when you base on federal guideline, we have no food desert in Jersey. period.
Federal guidelines aside, if you're coming out of the light rail station or if you're at City Hall Annex over there, there's nothing that's within a few, there's very limited options, but within a few
Yeah,
minutes.
limitation, but it's not food desert.
Sure.
You gotta just make sure that, okay?
Right.
My question was, Councilman Robinson,
Yes.
you said, we're gonna do this, but who's gonna do it? Like, which department in the city? It's not the JCRA anymore, right?
No. Yeah, so my department is taking the lead on it, architecture is doing the design, engineering is helping with some of the engineering work, obviously. There are a couple people in my office that are coordinating, drafting these agreements. The law department's helping, obviously, as well, on the legal side of things to make sure we can make this all work.
And what are some of the responsibilities going to be for the management?
Yeah, so the Jackson Hill will be responsible for making sure that those shipping containers are full of local stores. So just to make sure they're going to keep local stores there, but also to like monitor the area to make sure that there's no issues with it, maintenance issues, security issues, that sort of stuff.
But the Brian, just someone has a business background, the 40-some years, I'm going to explain to you. If you bring up the wrong business title there, it's going to hurt a lot of existing business in that area. So we got to make sure that selection of business, choice the existing business, plus the time and the day, how many hours they can open,
Sure.
and what day they can open. You have to be regulating.
Happy to discuss with you, anyone on the council, when we're at that point. Hopefully soon.
So when you put in the city hall annex building, one of the say that one of the businesses said, well, if we put the city hall annex building, all the city employees go out lunchtime, have a shopping, and have a restaurant and the eatery press in that area, but unfortunately not happening, you know what I'm saying? But
You
if
can't
you
go to
put-
local pollo.
Yeah, if you put up the pop-up market, and if they carry the food, salad was homemade, and they grab it, and when you go back to City Hall again, that doesn't help the local economy in that area. So
Yeah, I gotcha.
Just
Yeah.
pay attention for
Yeah.
that, okay?
That's what we want the Jackson Hill City to manage, so they can.
Yes.
So are we gonna have an agreement with the city?
Yeah, we will at some point. Yeah. So
Okay.
that all comes in.
Resolution
Okay.
from the top?
From the top.
All right, 10A is an emergency appropriation. B, we're authorizing the change of custodians of petty cash funds. C is authorizing the BA to execute a discharge of mortgage at 1209 Summit Avenue. We did D. E is a resolution to cancel a portion of 2018 real estate taxes due to affordable housing restrictions on various properties. F and G are related. We alluded to them earlier. It's the assessment roll and budget of the Jackson Hill Main Street Special Improvement District. H is establishing policies for the payment of claims. I is approving the appointment of municipal prosecutors in the City of Jersey Municipal Court for terms of 1 year. J is a resolution creating a search committee to select a firm to
Sorry,
conduct.
can we go back to 10H?
Yes.
So what has changed here?
So right now, there's a requirement for all vendors who are being paid through the purchase order process to sign an original copy of that purchase order. So we have to send a piece of paper to the vendor,
Yeah.
they have to sign it, they have to send it back, and then we can process it. Oftentimes, those pieces of paper get lost, or like, who knows what happens. So this delays.
They get
payment.
misunderstood by vendors
Yeah,
many
right.
times.
A lot of modern new companies will not even know what a PO is to sign. So we're eliminating that. This adds fees to the payment process. It delays projects, a lot of projects. We have to issue duplicate POs a lot. So this eliminates that and just says if the council approves it, then it's just approved, and then.
It's been approved by the local finance board.
Yeah. So the state has authorized us to do something like this. So this will cut down on processing quite a bit and paperwork.
J is a
The
resolution.
agenda number just needs to be updated. It says 19H.
The show.
On the document. It says 19H on the document, just update that. Okay? Ten I.
10I is a resolution approving the appointment of municipal prosecutors in the municipal court for terms of 1 year. Jay is...
we might be withdrawing this, just to bring it back very shortly soon after. I apologize for this, but we're trying to hire a search firm to conduct this search as well, and they haven't given us all their paperwork yet, so.
We have to hire the...
Okay.
At the request of the library board.
Yeah, but they easily can request it, but end of the day, the city pay the bill.
Yeah.
That's true.
Why do we have to do
Why
it?
I or Jay?
We can't like put it on their deeds?
Or Jay.
Are you definitely withdrawing it?
I'm gonna see if I can get the BRC
Okay.
from that.
Yeah, the reason I mentioned that is because there was actually a new J. The principal was saying some of the verbiage changed. This is a heads up to all of you. You got it when you came in.
Okay, so that's to be determined.
Yeah.
So Jay is gonna be...
Possibly, I'll let you
Withdraw,
know.
right?
I'll let you know. If I can get the paperwork in on Wednesday, then I'll keep it on. But I'm not sure.
There it is.
Okay, let's keep moving.
You coming in tomorrow?
Jay, a search committee to select a firm for the executive director of Free Public Library. K, L, and M are approving the appointments of members of the Community Advisory Board for Open Space Fund, Paula Maya Hosand, Cynthia Hagianis, and Mark Wesson. And O and P we did. Q is remembering Michael Akira Escobar Awasi on the occasion of his passing. We had a rash of retirements last month. Mario Rado, Tessie Ariola Bulalico, I know that, how to say that, and our CFO, Donna Maurer. U, authorizing Project Reservoir hosted by Krista McAuliffe, Public School Number 28, to access Reservoir Number 3 for educational purposes. We did V, W.
And you is the, sorry, you were saying?
I was going to mention if anybody had questions about you. Keith's here, we worked very diligently on this. This is to allow members of Public School 28 to have access to Reservoir Number 3 as part of their projects. And what this does is it covers them under the city's liability coverage in the event something should happen to them while they're there.
So this one is my personal, not personal, as a councilman, this one is a very good program they have. It's a nationwide recognized program they do. And not only PS20 school, any educational public school institute, if they want a project, they should open to do in the future.
28 got a National Science Award for using our reservoir.
Councilman Sullivan.
Well, this question is, is the Project Reservoir team supportive of you?
Yeah, they were the ones that initiated this.
Okay, I just want to make sure that they're supportive and they'll get back.
Whether they support it or not, the kids have a right to go there.
W is a resolution authorizing the execution of an agreement between the City of Jersey City and the Police Officers Benevolent Association. I think we talked about that today. X, authorizing an agreement with H&L Systems for the support of what else? Proprietary computer software. Y, authorizing an agreement with Network Management Solutions
that's what I mean.
for the support of proprietary computer hardware and software without public bidding.
So because all those with this one, like without public bidding, if we see that they have a resolution, they say the $137,000. They say, I mean this our paper says, price is a fair and reasonable price. But as a councilperson, we don't know what is a fair, and we don't know when the person officer says a fair and reasonable, then they should provide us, because it's a fair compared to other price. Something they provide some kind of
proprietary. That's why.
So I have a couple of points about this one.
Okay.
About
not only this one, everything is already.
So the proprietary things, as Bob said, like we're trying to find ways to move away from that sort of stuff. And actually, as we've discussed for a few other contracts, we're trying to get more quotes, solicit more quotes, and do more bids. For the H&L thing, this is an extension. It's a product that we've used in the tax office for a long time. We are very much looking at options to move in a different direction and replace it and upgrade. And so we're soliciting quotes from other companies. New Jersey is a really interesting place for tax software because not, it's different from a lot of other states. So a lot of companies actually don't provide something that addresses New Jersey's needs. Therefore, there aren't a lot of options out there for this type of thing and a few of these others. But we're hoping soon, we have a new tax collector, which I emailed everybody about, and probably in the next council meeting we'll do the resolution because she's not here today, or this week. But she's got some big ideas for that office. She can talk about them when she comes. But for now, this is a renewal of
So
that.
not only this resolution, any resolution when we say that a certain price, because of price of fair and reasonable, then the purchasing agency have to provide why is it fair, why is it reasonable.
Yep.
Okay?
Sure, okay.
So that's why Councilman James Allen feel more comfortable, right?
That's right. I agree.
We're same page.
Okay.
Yeah.
We did everything on that page with Mr. Baker and Stacy except Z8, and that's an appointment of Charlene Mikado to the Community Advisory Board for Open Space. Z9 through 11 were done. 12 is award of a contract to J.A. Alexander for the 2008 road program, asphalt resurfacing, project number for the Department of Administration and Engineering. Z14, award of contract to AAA Emergency Supply for self-contained breathing apparatus. That's the air that our firemen wear on their backs when they enter fires. Z15, a contract to Software House International for the Swift 911 emergency mass notification system. Z16 and 17 done. 18 was done. 19 is amending a contract, and we may have to pull this. I have to say that 2018 was an epic year for council meeting. Our court reporter nearly quit on us, but we did have some killer meetings, and what we budgeted was like, we were right on for every year, and we blew our budget apart for the court reporting services for the length of the meetings that we had. Many of them going into, 2 and beyond. I know we have those nightmares, they come back, but we're having trouble working with the law department. It's not, and our new CFO or our acting CFO about, patching the money together to get this, so it may be withdrawn. Resolution 10Z20 is a resolution authorizing a professional services agreement with Andrew C. Abrams, attorney at law, to serve as chief public defender in addition to his duties as a public defender for the 2019 calendar year. C21.
So this one, like a C20.
20 or 21?
20. The chief municipal public defender, we pay $14,000. I'm usually, who works $14,000 a year?
Andy Abrams.
In addition to
being showed to court sessions with extra, right? Okay. I thought it was only they pay $14,000.
21, awarding professional services agreements to attorneys at law to serve as public defenders in the municipal court. Is that a dupe?
Good question. Is this, any changes in this list?
Wait. I saw. We went through this.
We did this 3 times, no, there are no changes. This is all the whole same.
Same as last year?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So $300,000?
Okay.
I'm just wondering if this is a dupe. I thought I read that already.
No, there was some.
That was municipal prosecutors.
Those prosecutors.
Pardon, sorry.
This is defender.
It's a little late. Let's see, we're up to
Z22.
Z22, Apruzes, McDermott, Mastro and Murphy, PC, to represent the city in the matter of Jersey City Police Officers Benevolent Association, et al., via the city of Jersey City.
So I am counsel going to object to this contract. Councilman Boziano, I think, and Councilman Rivera, you guys will be interested in this. I don't know how much you know. So this is the POBA suing the city over the cancel of the off-duty program. But their argument is basically that the administration had an obligation to come to the council and have us repeal the ordinance if they wanted to repeal it, not via executive order. So the argument in the court of law is essentially an argument between executive power and city council power. So, I don't feel comfortable spending public tax dollars and making an argument that the city council doesn't have the power over the off-duty program. I can read you the POBA argument, send it to you. It's all about, there's this word shall in there, and they're arguing that requires it. So, my recommendation would be for the administration to pull and to work with the council on amending the off-duty program with us. But if you're unwilling to do that, then my recommendation would be to vote against a contract that we're in essence suing ourselves in its own form, which I don't feel comfortable doing.
So,
well, if I can respond to that. First of all, I think it's a simplified argument that you've described.
In the POBA's lawsuit.
And it's also, I don't think, completely accurate as well. Two, the city is being sued. We have an obligation to defend the city on the suit. The law department, because we represent individual members of the POB regularly, is conflicted out of representing the city against the POBA. We have an obligation to provide counsel, and we, the law department, cannot provide it ourselves. Independent of whether you like the argument or dislike the argument, we have an obligation to provide a defense when the city is sued. We have to send lawyers to court to answer the lawsuit.
So can the city council sue the administration for, if we agree with the POB argument, that the ordinance, if we're going to change the off-duty program, it needs to be done repealed through ordinance, not through executive order? So that we will defend ourselves against this lawsuit, but then the city council will say we have the authority to manage the off-duty, or to decide what happens to the off-duty program?
There are two different things. This resolution is to obviously just hire a firm to go to court. You have to do that. If you don't go to court, then everybody gets sued and there's default judgments and all that. This firm is going to go in, like Nick said, because we're conflicted out from doing that. The substantive arguments, I think the argument that they're making is that the city has effectively ended the program. I don't think the city has, and I think that's where the rub is. The program continues on some level, and I guess it's in flux right now, but they decided to bring this lawsuit. How that's all going to pan out, I don't know. What you're asking secondarily is something completely different, whether you can sue the administration. Anybody can sue anybody, but that's a whole different issue from what is happening here and now.
But in essence, you're saying that, so there's no way that, that anyone from the law department can respond to this complaint? You're saying that there's no legal permissible way to respond to this other than using taxpayer monies?
Outside.
Yes.
Yeah, we can't because we represent officers. We do the labor and employment, so we're conflicted out.
The decision should be out on Wednesday.
We can't represent members of the POBA.
When they're suing.
And then they represent the city when the POBA itself is suing us. Because we have individual members that we represent as clients.
But you understand that the function, so the argument, I mean, I've read the POBA brief, and I don't appreciate the comments you made about my comments on the issue. I think there needs to be respect and deference given to when council members are making thoughtful arguments around these issues. But let me make it clear, that we would in essence be funding a lawsuit that says the city council doesn't have authority despite an ordinance. That's their argument.
It's their argument. I would disagree.
So you may disagree with their argument.
I do, yeah.
That's fair, but that's, as a city council, I think we have to be very protective of the powers that are granted to us.
And first of all, I apologize if I insulted you, and I truly did not intend to. My point is simply this. Independent of whether you like the argument that the city makes, the city is being sued and has an obligation to send lawyers to defend the city in this lawsuit. I don't think it's... I think the perspective of saying that you dislike the argument that the city is making is, and then therefore you're going to prevent us from sending lawyers to court to defend the city, I think is contradictory. I understand your point, and perhaps if you were sitting in the administration's point of view, you would do things differently. However, the city is being sued. We have an obligation to defend the suit. And because of we have a conflict with representing individual members of the POBA, otherwise the law department itself would go on behalf of the city. So we have an obligation to come to you and request the contract for outside counsel in order to handle it.
See, if I may, just simply because they make that argument doesn't make it correct either. I understand that you read the papers, I've read the papers too. They can argue that, but I mean, I don't think it's a persuasive argument personally and legally, but simply because they argue that doesn't make them correct. It seems like you've accepted the position that they're arguing that the city has trumped, the administration has trumped the city council. That's not necessarily, as I understand it, factually accurate. That's the assumption they've made to be able to go to court and sue and get this injunctive relief or whatever else whatever motivations there are for them financially. But simply because they make the argument doesn't make it so.
Right, but it also doesn't make it not so. So, I mean,
Exactly, that's
I mean, you're saying you think it's right, they think it's wrong. I mean, it's so, I think, I was not aware of the specific issue with the conflict. I understand why that is an issue of us going forward. But I do think that as a council, as a body, so I'm happy to send you their argument. They're saying that the language of the ordinance has this word shall in it, and that shall has a specific meaning, and that it can't be changed unless, it goes change the ordinance. But my view, I mean, you talked about this with the contract, right? There was a sense, and it's my sense, that on very, very important issues related to the governance and well-being of the city, the council is oftentimes not included. This is one of them. I don't think any of us were contacted. I certainly wasn't, about whether we should have this program ended. Yeah. And I'd like for us to work as a council to reform it as the lawmaking body of the city, or end it based on what we think, and not sort of, allow for increased executive authority and power over ordinances that are written into our code.
See, add to one. So when did the mayor, remember that the start off-duty job was last year, I think April? Something like that.
We announced it.
He announced
ending,
it.
But then
at that time at the city council, city chamber, I was there, and the mayor pretty much they make a clear statement that we're gonna set up the committee, and they come up plan to in 6 months. And the mayor personally asked me, Councilman Michael Yoon, I want you to join the committee because you have experience to talk about off-duty job 20-some years ago. So I said, Mayor, yes, I'm willing to join the committee. We're going to come up plan in 6 months to solve this kind of problem, because it's off-duty job has an issue. But also, on the other hand, the high living costs in this area and the low payment to police officer, that extra money, person willing to work extra job, we should have right to pull it out the opportunity. So I said, Mayor, I'm going to join it. We're going to come up with some plan. Since that, till today, I never heard the one call for the committee meeting. And at the end of the day, we got to hire the lawyer to defend. I mean, cost is $50,000 that started, but we don't know how much it will be, and we don't know how long it's going to take it. So what I say, business administrator, before we hire a lawyer, because off-duty program is a necessary program for just a citizen or any major construction site. Also, the other hand, the police individual officer is a pretty good, necessary program. So this is a program has a problem because management issue. So we should be, and we gotta ask them, the police union, drop the lawsuit. Let's work together. Instead of spending $50,000, make one of the law firm get richer. We should, when they put it together, we gotta come up with some plan to solve them. So speak with the mayor before we hire the lawyer.
So there's a timing issue that is unrelated to sort of what we do next with the off-duty program.
Yeah, but they can go to court, POBA, because when I spoke with them, they even asked them, Councilman, you be one of the committee, when did they have a meeting? I said, no. So they actually, their purpose is not suing, spending their dollars to correct the problem. They want to try to find some solution. In order to solve that, they try to put the city to come down to table to discuss. So I don't think we don't have to go that far. Speak with the mayor, how we're going to set up the committee with the police union representatives also. Then next one, we should sit down with them, drop the case or postpone the court date, and then let's work together somehow.
Wednesday. We can't postpone the court date. We are ordered
we did.
We are ordered, the city is ordered to be in court on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Okay?
Wednesday?
Wednesday. On Wednesday.
It's over Wednesday.
Oh, God.
When we're ordered to come to court, the judge says you will be in court with your counsel on a certain day. That's when we're going to be there. We don't have the option of saying we'd rather delay it, we want a political solution, whatever the case may be that you're describing.
How about police?
You can do all the things.
Policy union.
I'm sorry, so actually, this doesn't matter because we won't approve this in time for you to, so you're gonna have your counsel there anyway, right? Like, that was the intention.
I mean, it's not, obviously it's not ideal, but in between the last council meeting and this council meeting is when all of this came up and when the judge expects us to be in court.
Right.
So, and because we have a conflict, we legally cannot, or ethically cannot represent the city against the POBA when we represent individual POB members as the law department.
But let me ask you this.
Understood, but you're doing it without
POBA
council approval anyway, so, I mean, just a matter of timing, it has to be that way, so.
Let me ask you as a lawyer, this corpus counsel, the POBA, they can withdraw, I mean, the court case, or they can postpone? They can ask that, judge, next Wednesday, but.
If they withdraw their case, obviously there's no reason to go to court on Wednesday. But my understanding from the conference calls we've had with the judge so far is that's not the direction this is heading.
They've asked for injunctive relief, just like the other case on the payroll tax, which means that they're asking, they're saying that they're imminently being harmed and they want to keep the status quo. So when you ask for injunctive relief and you go to court and you make these arguments that there's some immediate irreparable harm, I highly doubt that they're going to say, oh, no, we're not really being harmed now, Judge, we're going to take it back.
So we got no choice, we got to hire the lawyer.
So, I mean, technically, we don't approve this till after the court case is done anyway. So it doesn't even really matter.
That's Wednesday?
This Wednesday, and our meeting is Thursday.
Today's what?
Can I ask just two questions? One is from a purely practical matter. Can you, the judge, the outside attorney, ask for a delay in the Wednesday hearing until the appropriate authorization is given for this contract? Is that something you can say to the judge, we have to wait for the city council to authorize this contract, and we delay a week?
That is typically not done, is not usually granted. And actually, the case law allows for ratification of attorney contracts. The reason for that is to allow for attorneys to be able to handle the cases as the judge requires, and then get approval by the council on, in this case, on Thursday.
Sure.
Ordinarily, judges do not allow their calendar to be dictated by such matters. So
what I would say is, it sounds like from this conflict perspective, there's a need to hire this outside attorney, but it does not change the fact that I think as a city council, we have other options, whether that's us amending the statute, us changing it, whether it's us filing a lawsuit because we think that, it's a violation of executive power. And I think as a council, we should be more assertive when, there's no reason why this couldn't have been amended via ordinance, and we could have all been included in that conversation.
Yeah.
That's all. And so I think we have to be, if that doesn't happen, I think we have to be assertive about it.
Also, I think it would be good to note if the council does sue the city, we would also have to hire an outside attorney because that would also
be a conflict.
I think it's safe to say the law department could not represent the council in a lawsuit against the administration.
So, Council President?
I think that's safe.
Just say we have options.
Council President, you have to draft a resolution. The city council going to sue that the executive branch didn't deliver this, set up the committee in 6 months.
Is it to sue them, or is it to join in the lawsuit with the police? Is that, what do you guys call that?
Wait till after Wednesday.
An amicus brief at the Supreme Court, but that's it.
That means that the city taxpayers.
Amicus amicus is a brief in support, but they don't actually join as members of it.
Right, they
join as parties. So that's a
Key, 007. Ask the mayor when we're going to have that the off-duty review committee.
There is one. Did you just call him 007?
007. No, he's a nickname.
Does anyone want to go home tonight?
Yeah, let's go.
So how are we resolving this?
Let's go.
I mean, I think we have to
There's something in the works right now. It's going to be resolved one way or the other.
Yeah, we just met about it earlier.
Yeah.
Councilman Rosiano Rivera, we're meeting with Director Shea a couple hours ago, we were talking about it.
So it's going to be worked out.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
So we didn't have to spend the 51?
One thing I would just ask the council is, in this particular case, it's not a matter of the law department having an option of hiring outside counsel. We must hire outside counsel under the conflict circumstances we are in. So please don't put the law department in a situation where we have no lawyer to send. I know it's retroactive, but it's important for me to make sure that the council is briefed anytime we have an outside counsel contract, as in this case. So please don't put us in a situation where we don't have some way to send to court. Certainly in the event that Wednesday, the case is not resolved and goes past Thursday when your meeting is.
When did we find
Independent
out?
of whether you like the arguments advanced or not.
When did we find out? You said between the last meeting and this meeting?
That's correct.
Was it time for us to have an emergency meeting to even talk about this?
In the future, if you'd like to have emergency meetings in order to handle contracts like this, we can certainly do that.
I mean, we had to vote for outside counsel to represent us Wednesday. We knew that it was going to be Thursday and be retroactive, but we never even mentioned it to any of the council members.
Robinson.
Our first appearance on this via phone was a week from last Friday. So we're talking about the last week and a half. If it's the intention of the council to want to have emergency meetings in situations like this, we'll do our best to make that happen. If that's what the council's intent is.
I mean, but at least give us the option, whether it's we want the meeting or not, it's something different. But at least give us the option, because now you have us voting on something that is already happening.
Right. Yep.
When we could have had a meeting, you knew for a week, 10 days, a week from last Friday, that was 10 days. The president could have called an emergency meeting, or we could have voted and at least had a discussion about it.
That's not the first time it's happened anyways. Just to, I know we're really knocking this out, but it's not the first time we vote on something
that already happened. Right. No, you're right. It's true.
And if it's the intent of the council to want to do that, and we prefer an emergency meeting as opposed to doing it in the manner in which we're doing it in this particular instance, we'll certainly do our best to accommodate that.
I mean, I think the Councilman Solomon just said it, just the power that we have is being watered down if you don't even give us the option.
It's certainly not our preference. Obviously, we got this on the next agenda. If it's the intent, like I said, if it's the intent of the council to say we prefer to have an emergency meeting to address such an issue in the future, we'll do our best to do that. Obviously, there's timing issues, there's open public meetings issues to address that, but we'll do our best to have a meeting in between meetings in the event we need to do that. It's a little bit unique in this particular case, because usually it's every other week. We had an extra week in between our last meeting, so it's...
So usually they're not called the emergency meeting, city council for $50,000 contract, what I'm saying? But this kind of case is very unique. It's not just a $50,000 issue. You're talking about the millions dollar issues of the job, what I'm saying? So it's a different situation, but...
Okay. Okay, we'll move on.
Okay, thank you. Eric Bernstein for tax appeals. Calcagney and Konevsky in the matter of Washington Commons.
But this one we pay a lot of money. We paid this company for the tax bill $365,000. So this is, he take care of the one case, or he take care of
numerous cases.
Numerous cases.
Tax appeal cases are a volume situation. This is, when I review Mr. Bernstein's bills, they're about this thick, and each page is a different case, and most of the cases don't require, not a lot of money per case. So while it seems like a lot of money, it's not one case. This is dozens of cases that he's handling in tax court for us.
A funny thing is I calculated if we pay $150, because you know how many days he have to work? I mean, really we have to give to all those work just one company? Why don't we divide it for, more, the law firm we hire, instead of give everything to this company? This is not company, it's $365,000.
We have somebody else doing tax appeals.
But actually, we have two firms doing tax appeals.
And we have the tax assessors doing them too.
So only two? How many tax appeals we have by two companies?
We have two firms handling tax appeals currently.
Why not can I have 3 or 4?
We could.
We have two firms that are handling it currently.
Yeah.
Because of the volume of work.
And especially after rebuild, they have a lot of tax bill. So two companies to handle all those things, it's not fair.
We're so close to the end and so
We
far
are.
away.
It's so far, yes.
D24, Calcagney and Konevsky in the matter of Washington Commons.
It's just what's going on with that.
Okay.
I know what you can share in public session, but...
Okay, I will. Last year, this actually case came to settlement.
Yeah.
The exchange was for, in exchange for the contractor finishing the remaining units for the city, that they would get 2 of the units.
Yeah.
However, they had never finished the work. When I got here in April, we were still trying to figure out, okay, are they going to finish the work or not? We had an inspection around Labor Day. Significant work to be done. We sent another punch list to the contractor saying if you want your 2 units, these are the things that need to be done. There was significant improvement on our last inspection, which was around the first of the year. There's still outstanding work to be done. This was the firm that handled the initial litigation. It's a relatively low amount with the hopes of bringing this around to a rapid conclusion. But we saw significant improvement from inspection of Labor Day to inspection of January, early this month. And our hopes is we'll be able to wrap this up soon.
Yeah, but when we hired this company continuously, they have a dispute of the a settlement. What was the dispute settlement?
The settlement was the contractor would finish the units that they were supposed to finish, and of the it was 10 city units, they would get 2 units as compensation for the remaining work, for the work that needed to be done. They never finished the work, so the city was never able to give them the 2 units they were supposed to get. We're hopeful that they're going to finish the units and we're going to be able to effectuate the settlement process.
So this is settling a dispute. So
yeah, it's not a dispute.
Are we in court again with them? Is it,
No, it was in court. The settlement agreement stayed the court proceeding, and now we're trying to get the company developer to the plaintiff in the initial lawsuit to finish the work so we can finalize the settlement.
what is this attorney going to be able to do to make them finish the work?
That's what I'm saying.
Well, it's either we negotiate a settlement for the balance of the work to be paid to the city, so we can do it ourselves,
finish the balance,
or
we need the
we go back to court to force the court to enforce the settlement. So, I know this is one I've been working on since I got here. It's been frustrating. I don't want to say too much more because I don't
Can we
want
get him to enforce the settlement and then pay for his legal costs? And pay for our legal costs for enforcing the settlement?
We may be able to accomplish that.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's one of the things
we can do that.
That's one of the things I've explored with the council.
All right, Z25, McCusker, Al-Salami, Rosen, and Carvelli, various EEO independent investigations. Z26, Murphy Orlando LLC, to represent the city of Jersey City. And Edgar Martinez, with the police department in the matter of John Beto and George Manuel, via the city of Jersey City. Z27 is authorizing the professional services contract to Strulowitz and Gargiulo Physical Therapy and Rehabilitation. Z28 is a resolution adopting the Vision Zero Action Plan. Z29, reappointing Maureen Ewlings to the Jersey City MUA. We did Z31 and Z30, and Z31 is going to be the family health initiatives that Stacy handed out.
And we also have a Z32
email for her,
which is the appointment
I know we didn't put on the.
Folks, one in time.
There's a question on Z29.
Sorry, I was just, so when we talked about for the appointments, we didn't put the contact information on the public stuff, but we gave council the option to reach out.
I'll get it.
Because for MUA, I'd like to reach out to these appointments.
Sure.
I can text you, but
Okay, can I have a motion to adjourn at 10:26?
One more. Z32. We have one walk-on tonight. It's Councilwoman Ridley's appointment to the Open Space Board, Open Space Commission. So I believe I have the resume digitally, so I'll forward to the members of the council.
Thank you.
Motion. Okay, wait to adjourn at 10:26. Motion by Councilperson Rivera. Seconded by Prince Eric. Wait, say goodnight, council members. Good night, we're out of here. Councilperson Waterman absent.
Robert, is that a resume?